instead of a good morning, I welcome you all with a good evening. Good evening and welcome to the last day of the orientation program. But unfortunately or fortunately, we have a whole week planned ahead for you when it comes to the departmental orientation ahead. But for the Central Orientation 2020, we come to the fourth concluding day of the event. Now today we have started from 4 o'clock because as I always tell you, we take each of your queries and each of your issues into hand. And so even though we do not reply immediately, we actually are paying heed to all your queries. We did understand that you have a lot of issues. It's the weekend and you have your exams scheduled and there were a lot of pertaining issues. So we decided to come back live sharp from 4 p.m. And we are going to continue today all through, not just with the orientation, but also with Aangan Utsav Day 2. We had received a tremendous positive response yesterday and we were overwhelmed with your response. Also yesterday, after we decided to open up about the protocols of the university, of the college, and also about this whole event, I'm extremely glad and extremely overwhelmed with the fact that you all decided to pay heed to it and you all decided to follow it. That shows your involvement with this institution. And I would truly acknowledge all the students who decided to correct and rectify their mistakes and work on it. Thank you so much for respecting your second home at the end of the day. As we welcome you officially into the NSHM family, you are no more just students that are going to become a part of this institution. On the contrary, you all are becoming a part of the family. And the first rule of becoming a part of the family is that we all learn to respect each other. We all learn to understand each other and we all learn to, do better for each other. That's the first protocol of being a family members. And I'm so glad that we all decided to understand that and appreciate that. Now, on that note, I'm not going to take much of your time because I do not want you to see me talking for long and I want you to enjoy what we have in store for you today. So we are going to start with something that's going to get you a little pumped up more and it's going to get you more motivated for what we have in store for you even further in the line today. Can we please have our first audio visual for today that's going to be just a teaser for what we have in store for you beyond that.
At NSHM, we make champions of champions. The reason I want to be involved there is because education, health is right up my street.
There is another situation where I don't want to judge.
It's not just cricket, it's in any walk of life. You have to go with a mindset that's positive, that you can do it. A real champion he's not a hero. He makes heroes, he makes champions. And that's what you want in a leader.
Whether you have tough times, I know that there is always light at the end of the tunnel.
You create this institution. They exist because you exist.
Thank you so much, guys. You're just wonderful.
So no matter what you do in your life, in your profession, just have the self-belief.
Thank you for the NSHM for inviting me to visit India. The possibility with our youth are endless.
That's a video that truly speaks for itself, and I do not have to talk about the video, right? Now, the first 3 days of the orientation, we are talking about the institution, we are talking about the faculty members, we are talking about the facilities, and we are talking about the attributes that the institution promises to deliver to its students. You have heard all of it. You might have believed a few, you might not want to believe a few. That's why we decided that the last day is not going to be about what we speak about the university. It's going to be about what people like you believe this university and this institution to be. NSHM institution promises a lot of things. And of course, we hold our beliefs. We promise what we deliver, and we also try to hold to our beliefs, and we also try to maintain a certain standard. A certain way in which we always ensure that no matter what, despite this whole pandemic situation even, we do not let any situation compromise on our educational deliverance. But that's what we promise. Now, when you students become a part of this institution, there are high chances you might probably think that we are biased towards this institution because we are already a part of it. That is why today it's going to be less about us and more about the alumni members who have passed out from this institution, and what do they have to say about this institution. The good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, everything, the lows and the highs, is just from their mouth. And I'm sure even if you do not believe us, you will surely believe the ones like you, the ones who have passed out from this institution and have a lot to share with all of you. Now, on that note, on the first of this thing, I'm going to bring on screen now Dr. Marisha McAuliffe, the Chief Academics and Quality System, to give a little bit of brief about what exactly are we planning and what exactly I'm blabbering about in the last few minutes. Can we please have Dr. Marisha on screen with us right now?
Good evening, everybody. Wonderful to be here. And Anita, it's very, very accurate. You know, these videos speak for themselves. What we're after for these last moments of O week, so orientation week, is to hear from those who have graduated from NSHM, those that have made it, those who have been successful. Now, in talking about success, it's important that success isn't necessarily the gold medals. It isn't necessarily the first in the race. It isn't necessarily those that are most on camera or those that are in the media. Success is very much what you make of your life after you graduate. It is the success of yourself, your families, your communities through your education. And we're very much looking forward to hearing people's successes and wins in their own lives, in their own areas, in their own disciplines, in their own communities and families. That's most important. So I don't want anyone to think that, you know, oh, he's more famous than me or she's more famous than me. That's not what this is about. It's about how good you've done for yourself, how good you've done for your family, how well you've done for your community, and how well you've done for your country, and sometimes how well you've done for the world around you. So we're looking very, very much forward to hearing all of these stories and hearing much, much more about the people that have really made the world a better place. And I thank you from my heart, the NSHM students and the graduates of NSHM who are very much continuing to make the world a better place around us, not just India, not just West Bengal, but the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And you rightly said that, no matter what we speak, it's ultimately the students who make the institution. So unless and until they talk about the institution, nothing stands tall, nothing stands credible until they talk about it. So I think it's very important that we get them on board as well and let them discuss amongst themselves what they have to share about the institution. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your continuous devotion and for being a part of this orientation all through despite the distance. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll see you soon, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Now, as you guys know, what exactly do we have in store for you? We are going to move directly forward into what exactly have we planned. We have planned a panel discussion today with all our alumni members. And these alumni members are going to come on board today and going to discuss everything that you really need to hear and learn from, right? And for doing that, we have amongst us today Jyoti Nair, who is an assistant professor and assistant dean at the Business and Management School at NSHM Knowledge Campus.
Thank you, Anisha. So do I take over?
Sir.
Yeah. Do I take over from here?
Yes, sir. It's all over to you now, and it's all over to the alumni members.
Okay. Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, Ma'am Marisha, for attending and gracing this this August occasion. Because as Anisha rightly said, that who best can talk about NSHM but our alumni, who have been successful, and we have, I think countless alumni, but problem is we have very limited time. So we picked some of them and let them, speak for themselves, what they have done in life, how they have achieved it, how they have been inspired, how they have gone through disruptions, and how they have re-inspired themselves in this whole scenario. So without wasting much time, let me just call out the names of our respected, our honored alumni. So we have Bunty De, who graduated as an MBA in the 2009-2011 batch from the Kolkata campus, who's currently working with Cognizant as a product manager. Next in line, we have Waindila Saha, who graduated from the media department, the batch of 2012 and 14 from the Kolkata campus. Right now, she is with Inner Circle India Private Limited as a group account manager. We have Anup Kumar Tiwari, Hotel Management 2000 batch, and that's the second batch, if I'm not wrong, from Durgapur, who's currently with Peerless Hotel Limited. He's a group head, training and development, additional role, and one second, I think I've just additional sums up problem. Additional role, an academic director, Peerless Skill Academy PSA. Next in line, we have Sanjeev Sengupta, who is from the hotel management. She graduated in the year 2000 from the Durgapur campus. He's currently with Genpact, Vice President Operations and Digital Transformation. Then we have Agniva Ganguly, who's the Master of Hospital Administration 2013-2015 batch from the Kolkata campus, currently with Manipal Hospital, Whitefield, Bangalore, and he's a Senior Executive Marketing. We have Annesha Rai Mukhopadhyay, who's in the Fashion Management Department, graduated in 2018 from the Kolkata campus, who's with the AN Store, and of course, she's actually the entrepreneur. She's the owner of it's a luxury designer wear mask. Very apt during these times, during the COVID times, where mask is the only way we can protect ourselves. Then we have the last one, of course, last but not the least, Vaishali Banerjee from the School of Graphic Design, who graduated from 2017, who's working with PwC, that's PricewaterhouseCoopers SDC, and who's an associate in the animation department. We have a wide mix of alumni today, and I'm sure this kind of an environment will give you the right perspective. And no matter whatever stream you have joined us at NSHM, whatever they speak will apply to all of you. Right now, to start off with, I will request Bunty Day to come over onto the podium and give his views and talk about the way he has inspired himself. Especially, there are two aspects I would like to point out here. We never expected about 6-8 months ago that COVID would affect us in such great degree. So, what COVID has done to us, and despite what it has done to us, how we have re-inspired ourselves. So we consider COVID as a disruption, right? COVID as a disruption. So if it's a disruption, how we have re-inspired ourselves in this current scenario, and how we had re-inspired pre-COVID era. So if that's something which we can all keep the focus around that, I think it would help our students greatly. And of course, how you have moved on in life, what all you had done to actually get to where you are now. So please, Bunty, please come on the stage, please.
Yeah, so hey everyone, good evening.
Yeah,
Thanks for
good
being
evening.
here. Yeah, so when we talk about inspiration and then the disruption, and then in this phase of disruption, how do we get re-inspired, right? What do we look at? Now, for me, and this is something that I'm speaking from my personal experiences, I've drawn inspiration from different set of people from different walks of life, starting from my parents, of course, to the professors and the colleagues that I work with. Right? But I'll focus more on the college aspect of it because that'll be more relatable to the students. Right, so that's what my focus area will be, so that they can relate better in terms of how NSHM as an institution can help them get that inspiration. Right, so the first and foremost is we had a pretty diverse bunch of people. We were around 40, 45, if I'm not wrong, being 10 years, so pardon me if I'm wrong in that aspect. But we had people from different walks of life, right, with different set of expertise, different set of skill set. And it was good to mingle with those sort of guys to understand what each of them bring to the table, because there was always a different perspective, a different viewpoint in the classroom when we talk about any specific subject area or any specific problem statement for that matter. So yeah, I always ensure that I them. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of background noise.
Is there, Anisha, is there a problem somewhere?
Absolutely not.
Noise.
No, absolutely not. It's just atmospheric noise. So if there is any issue, I'll control that from my house. Not an issue.
Sure.
Please continue.
Yeah, Bunty, please carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, so the focus was mostly around try to and my advice to the students would be try and understand the different viewpoints, right? Try and understand different perspectives, right? Everybody's perspective is unique. There is nothing right, nothing wrong. But what does is it helps you to add to your perspective. So it only makes you richer over a period of time. My inspiration had always been some of the professors who had taught me, right? Starting from Dr. Sajanya Puri, Professor Ashutosh Kar. Some of the professors aren't in college anymore. They have moved on to different institutions. But yes, that was inspirational. Trying to understand from them how they did things, right? The way they used to encourage us for any of the ideas. A pretty simple example in this case would be, I remember I had a business idea that I wanted to take up with the management, right? And I wanted to do something, and that was during my first year. And I happened to talk to the head of the institution then, Professor Rajiv Chanda, and he heard me. He was patient enough. He heard me. He heard all my discussion, and he said, "Why don't you come tomorrow? And tomorrow we'll do something about it." I said, "Fair enough." I was all pumped. I was hoping that I would get the money to start the business, right? So next day I go, I meet this gentleman called Devmal Lokar, right? And during my course of interaction, I realized that he was the Eastern region head for the NEN, National Entrepreneurship Network, right? Which was pretty well known. It's funded by the Wadhwani Foundation, the Professor Romesh Wadhwani, who's the founder of Symphony Teleca, and that led us to be a part of NEN, right, where we had the entrepreneurship entire week of activities, right, where we had to gather students from different aspects, not just from the management side, but also from the media side, from the graduation aspect, all of it. And we had this big fiesta for a week. It was pretty good. The only reason I brought this up is because that allowed me and some of the other students to identify challenges, to take challenges head on and figure out problems, right? How do you resolve the problems, right? And that was very key to, I guess, my growth during my years as a student. Reason because it helped me understand crisis management. How do you handle crisis? How do you manage those situations? And how do you ensure that whatever that you started becomes a grand success? We were fortunate enough to do that, of course, with the help of our professors and the students, and we ended up being the national runners-up in the year 2010. And I went to Bangalore to collect the trophy. So that was during the college time, right? You'll come across, of course, a lot of challenges, but important aspect is not to get bogged down by these, but try and draw inspiration. I read a lot. Personally, I read a lot. I try and draw inspiration from a lot of people. If some of you guys can read Peter Thiel's book 0 to 1, that provides a great perspective into how to grow something from absolutely nothing. Right, that's very important. There are people who can grow something from 0 to 1, and then there are people who take this 1 to 1,000. Important is to understand how it goes from 0 to 1 and the journey. Right, so that's pretty important. This is what my suggestion to the students would be who are just starting out, because they are in a pretty promising facility. They are in some pretty able hands with the professors. So try and make the most out of it. That would be my suggestion to them mostly. But of course, with COVID, we now have these restrictions. We have physical distancing and all of this, and to an extent, it does play with your mental setup, right? Because human at the end of the day is a social animal. We socialize. That's the innate need that we have, apart from the other basic needs. Now, what you try and do is you keep yourself a lot engaged, right? You don't let your mind be an empty space. You talk to people. There are still virtual coffee chats. There are still virtual sessions. We do have virtual birthdays. So we ensure that we have this kind of team bonding activities, even though virtually. We do that, right? With the other, we try doing a potluck. All virtual. So it is all about how you keep your spirits high to try and ensure that you do not get deviated and bogged down, thinking that you probably are all alone, because there is a lot of physical distancing. You got to stay separate, and this is also pretty much a time for you to come close to your family. It's also very important because family is, at least to me, is my biggest source of strength, right? My parents, my immediate family members. You get to talk to them. You realize that how much you have been missing out during all these years when you were so busy with your work. So you kind of take a step back and try and realize that this is another pretty important aspect of your life that you cannot just let go, that you cannot miss. So you make most of what you get from them as well. So that's how you keep you keep yourself motivated, energized, inspired, if I might put it. But yeah, one of the biggest focus areas being, guys, read a lot. That really helps me. I'm an avid reader, and I suggest that everybody reads. It provides great perspective, great information, and helps you stay motivated. But that's pretty much what I would want to convey to the students. I guess you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Bunty. I guess that was very, very eloquent on your part, and you have, in a very short while, you have spoken quite a lot, and I think all of them are going very valid points for the students. I would like to, pick up a few of the points that you just said, just to reiterate in front of the students, the new students who are going to come up at the institution. One is, as you rightly said, when you get into a class, you are from diverse backgrounds, right? Unlike in a school where you study, you are mostly in a localized zone, probably up to the extent of one city, maybe different corners of a city. But when you're studying, when you go for a higher education, like when you come for a graduation, you are, likely to see students from all walks of life, I would say, all strata of the society, economic society, the cultural society, even from the regional perspective. Somebody from Nagaland be studying, somebody from Bangalore may be studying. So what is important in this case is, you pick up the good bits of all these cultures, and you become cosmopolitan. I would use the word cosmopolitan. And I'm sure that is going to help you quite a lot. First of all, in your own tolerance level, I would say, if you are able to mix and mingle with people from all walks of life, your tolerance level goes up drastically, which I have seen with my own personal experiences. The other thing that I would say is reading a lot. Bunty, thank you so much for stressing upon this point, because what I find in this generation, this generation, don't get me wrong. I see in my own house as well, my own family, children do not tend to read these days. They are all happy with the app on the phone. They'll just read the headlines. But it is so important to read stuff in deep, so you get a better understanding, first of all, of the article. You will be then able to articulate better. Your vocabulary power increases, your thought process increases, and you think with your hand. Everything flows down to your hand when you start to write. Right? Thank you, Bunty. For again, I would like to thank you for all these wonderful words. Now, moving on, I would like to invite Vaindrila Shaha onto the podium for her thoughts on this whole theme that we have been discussing so far. Vaindrila, over to you, please.
Hi. You all can hear me, right?
Yes, of course. I can.
All right. Okay. What actually NSHM has done to me is that has made me independent, very independent. Because I am from Siliguri. I was doing my BB, and then I go to Calcutta to pursue my media science. And to be very honest, where I could actually understand the 4 pillars of our lives. There are 4 pillars in our lives. We have hobby, we have job, we have career, and we have vocation. So there are times in our life we don't know how to differentiate them, and probably NSHM has taught me that. And to be precise, there are times we kind of mix both job and career, because there are times that we actually forget our hobbies because we become machine at a point of time where we need a job. Because honestly, I whenever I have a conversation with our students, and I always tell one thing: what happens is that when we actually go and pursue a professional course, before learning anything, what we keep in mind is that if I'm joining is this institution, that means they are giving me placements. So that is a kind of mentality that we possess as a student. And that I understood after I started to work, that if you don't know what you're going to do, there is no point that people are going to place you anywhere. First, you need to understand what are you going to contribute as a professional to a place where you're going to work. So this is something I really want to tell the students, that first and foremost, learn, understand, explore what you are good at. I still remember when I joined NSHM, the first thing I wanted to be like Barkha Dutt. That is the only inspiration I had when I joined, NSHM, because there was one brochure and I saw her picture. And I was thoroughly inspired that okay, these are the kind of people who comes to your college, and if I go and join, maybe I'll become someone like her. And the first thing I joined MSc was because I wanted to become a journalist. But over 2 years, trust me, my professors helped me a lot to understand my inner calling. So, they have helped me find the cornerstone of my life, that what I'm good at. I joined advertising. I never wanted to join advertising, to be precise. Even after I joined advertising, I got placement from my college. I joined advertising, and after 1-2 months, I have decided I will quit because I thought that was not my cup of tea. But, eventually with the same organization, it's going to be like, I'm going to finish my 7 years, and, I'm thoroughly enjoying it, exploring it. And in our profession, I have learned apparently one thing: the more we see, the more ideas we get. And you as you as an individual, in whichever profession or whichever portal or fraternity you are in, it is very important that you are relevant every day. You have to prove your relevance every day. Just like today you are doing something, you will expect people to think okay, fine, you have put a mark. No, tomorrow again you have to prove yourself. That is how it is going to be. And over this pandemic, being an advertising person, I always wanted to explore a lot of things. like a lot of things. When like there are a lot of interns come up to us, want to do internship, and whenever I ask them ki, what are your hobbies, what do you love to do, I think they we mostly forget, like, and stop doing what we love to do. And trust me, it's very sad to hear from them that I used to dance, I used to sing, I used to like paint, so everything is in the past. They don't do those things anymore because they are like they're under so much pressure. And the like the and I'm very sorry to say, but maybe I have been lucky, or I don't know, but there are times and half, like half of the people doesn't understand what media is all about. In the sense, like I still go and explain it to people what advertising is all about. Because sadly, like there are parents, like please don't take any offense, there are parents who would want their children to be a doctor, an engineer, or like a government service or something. They will not let you explore. So out of that I have come out. I was doing my BB and I decided, because this is what I wanted to do, and I'm happily doing what I wanted to do. NSHM has helped me do that. And trust me, it was a two-way traffic. Because even I don't expect an institution or my professors to just contribute in my life and tell me, you should do this, that, and on the other hand, I'm not contributing, or like maybe I'm contributing and they are not. It has always been a two-way traffic. And for students also, see, people will never expect you to know everything, because that is what an institution for, because they want you to come and understand, learn, explore. So if you so I am sure even professors never expected things out of me, but what they expected from me as an individual is that whether I have that zeal to understand, whether I have zeal to learn, or like do good in whatever I'm taking. So it was always have been a two-way traffic. But in fact, professors like Madhuba Bakshi, like she actually helped me understand that I was cut out for advertising. Even what is the best part of NSHM is that it's, although we have a lot of verticals, like a lot of portals, you will always have professors from even if you're from media, you will always have professors from other departments to come and help you. Like rightly mentioned by Bunty, that even Sojanya Puri, like ma'am, like she never like took our class or something, because I was from media and she headed like in the management team. But she was also there. So this is one best thing about NSHM is that they all work as a team. Like all the professors, they will inspire. If they understand that you have something, it will always come up to you and tell you you should go about this. So this is one thing, they actually showed me direction. That is one. And over this pandemic, I think I have taken this in a very positive way, honestly, because I could understand somewhere I could understand what are the importance and priorities. Because when I while I was working, I was apparently becoming like a machine, just delivering works, jobs, creatives, and everything was very routine. But I think this pandemic, over the 6 months, I could explore myself more and understand like what I can exactly do more than what it is. Trust me, I've started to learn violin. I always wanted to learn an instrument, a musical instrument. So I thought I will at least I don't know how to play an instrument. I've started to learn violin. I think that is one thing which actually got added to my interest. I used to paint. I'm rather like before joining NSHM or working, I did my master's diploma in fine arts and left painting because I had my exams and all that. I again started to do like paintings, and I'm exploring, watching a lot of things more. Like, and you must read. Again, I go back to Bundy. I mean, I see people, they don't read anymore. We have become such a virtual, visual person that we don't read anymore, and everything has become very short in our life. I mean, it's very easy. I mean, just few words and it's gone. So, but it is also very important that you read, because you will have to understand the depth. And when you know things about when you know things and you know that you know things, you just suddenly become very confident about it. And yes, being in advertising, I'll also say, like, whoever is joining media or whatever, watch a lot of films. I mean, that is one thing I'm going to suggest. Fine, if I'm okay if you are, maybe you can't adapt reading anymore right now. I will always suggest you to guys to read. But then if you think that reading is not your cup of tea, then watch a lot of movies, watch a lot of series, explore. The more you see, the more ideas you get, and more confident you are. So yes, I mean, a big part of what I am today or how I'm doing, if I'm leading a happy life in profession, and if I could understand what is the difference between job and career, because I never treated advertising as a job. I treated that as a career. because when you start loving your job, you can come out of that. And when you start loving your career, then you can definitely leave the present organization if that is not going well, but you can always pursue your career about what you're like doing, because that is, so you have to understand between job and career. Secondly, please explore and do more and more hobbies, paint, dance, whatever you guys like, gaming, and a lot of things, play music. And fourthly, most important, you are on it if you understand the true calling and you pursue what actually your vocation is. So I'm very grateful to this institution, and I hope that we still have lovely professors who are going to guide you guys a lot. Don't lose hope. There will be times you want to like leave everything and think, no, this is just not happening. That will come more often, but there you will always find someone to inspire you. Trust me, that just comes, and it's a two-way traffic. You contribute, the other person will contribute in your career. That's it. That's all I want to share.
Thank you, Vandila. That was excellent. And I'm sure whatever you said would be taken positively by our incoming students. Some points that you said was quite relevant. In fact, relevant word has been used in your whole discussion. To be relevant. Yeah. So I'll come to that point. But before that, you said something about being independent, and you also said that 4 points: hobby, job, career, and vocation. And I think you have summed it up very beautifully about the distinction between these 4. How you can, you have to pursue your career. Job, you can, okay, you give up your job, but keep pursuing your career. I'm sure you will go places. Then what is your contribution? Of course, that's very important. If you do not know what you are going to contribute, the other side will not find you relevant. That's where the point of relevance comes into the picture. So you have to keep proving yourself, not only to the outside world, also to yourself, that how relevant you are in the current context today. What I was maybe a month ago may not be what I am going to be, or whether I would be of any use to the other side of people, what I was a month ago, right? Most important point that you said was, zeal to learn. I see quite often students come to school or to college just to write and pass the exam, get a good degree, but does that help actually? I've seen in most occasions it doesn't help. So you have to actually learn what you are studying. It's not you just study, go vomit it out on the answer sheet, and then get a degree and just walk out. That is not going to help you. Chase your hobbies. Very beautifully said, Vandrila. Be it dance, be it paint, be it writing, whatever. That is another aspect. That's your creative side. See, there are two things. There are two parts of the brain: left side and the right side. The right side is for creativity. So that creativity is where you put your hobbies in, and that part is always relevant in your life in that case. Thank you, Vandrila. It was beautifully summed up. Yeah, and next I would like to call upon Anup Tiwari onto the podium, please. Anupji, please come on board, please. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. Namaste Nair sir. Namaste Mr. Bunty, Vandrila. Namaste Agniba and Sanjeev. What I am saying. It's a very nice moment and very pleasure to attend this orientation program after a long time. What I say, because we have very short time. Actually, NSHM Bharti campus, we started our old campus Bharti to 97 2000 batch and hotel management. So it was very small area and a small location. Now NSHM become big. I never thought my life, sir. So I wanted to be the hotelier. I wanted to be the doctor. After science graduate from Delhi University, I was blank, completely blank. So it was 1993-96. After completion of my graduation from Delhi University, I tried for medical, All India Medical, Jeepmar, CMC Vellore, Pondicherry, kahin nahi hua. So I was sitting at home, but I was interested in tourism and hospitality. Somewhere this field was attracting me. because when my father was moving to Delhi, I came to meet my father at a Park Hotel lobby. So I have seen that ambience. So it was attracting me. So one of my friend asked me, "Chalo, Anup, hotel management karte hain," and I started to do the hotel management. So 93, 97, 2000, Sanjeev was with my batch. No, Sanjeev is along with this. So 97, 2000 batch started hotel management. And then what you do that you love, what you love that you do. So started thinking, "Ki what we are doing, we should love these things." So after first year, second semester, third semester, we went to the hotel Oberoi for the industrial training. After coming back, Aangan sir was mentor, Cecil sir, Romain sir, Paramanik sir, Ujjwal sir. They were our best mentor. So started to do all the things. We have to do something. We should do some things because in that time the placement, Vandriya said that things. The placement, कहाँ होगा, कैसे होगा, भाई, क्या करना है. So it was very exciting. So first we got very good placement. Joined in Oberoi as Sanjeev also. So Trident, then JP Palace Agra. Fortunately, I got opportunity to serve Prime Minister of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And Agra Summit, it was 52 hours consistent service, personal value service to Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And I got very good opportunity. Yeah, in that time, I was in JP Palace Agra. Completed 3.5 years, then studying holiday resort, different places. After 6 years, 9 months, what I thought, I identified my passion, teaching passion. After 6 years, 9 months, means 7 years. So one of my guru, Dr. Parida, he asked me, "Oh, why don't you come to the teaching platform?" And sir, I came to the teaching platform. It's a very small salary. Okay, fine. So, but I was enjoying that time. So I should do these things because it was nice to teaching contributions to do something better for the students, newcomer. And I started to teaching in Bardhaman University, it was W. Bhat, Macau, MS University, Annamala University, different universities. So I continued with around 8 years with the teaching platform. Meanwhile, I did my post graduation and MPhil in that time. So I got opportunity to do some own education and all. By 2011-12, I was thinking that I am working with a non-driven platform. This is education and teaching platform. I thought many friends suggested me, you come to the industry, hotel industry. Which department I should opt? यार मैं तो बहुत दिन हो गया मैं detach हो गया operation से. So you come to the learning and development. So I selected, okay, fine, I should move to the learning and development. So I joined a Sarovar group of hotels in Ahmedabad. I was looking 3 hotels as a regional training manager, regional training manager. By 2015-16, I got transferred to this Calcutta Eastern region as a regional training manager, looking 5 hotels. So it becomes my passion, and passion, more practice become the perfection. So what happened with me, my mindset was not clear. It was a broken focus syndrome. What I got means 2097 98, it was broken focus syndrome. Means if you have the too many focus, too many object, you don't have any objective. You don't have any focus. So we got after 2 and 3 years after mentoring from NSHM, means Aangan sir, Cecil sir, and Ujjal sir, and many my very good friend like Sanjeev, Manjeet Singh Rattu, we all are batchy. So we got a very good encouragement from the friends and NSHM, honestly speaking. So after completion this entire things, education, operation, education, different hotels. So this is 20 years. What I'm thinking, present era, looking back, if we looking back, we were very independent, like traditional method, conventional gathering, puja, either, udar, everything. So now, after pandemics, if we see, looking today, we become restricted, like a digital. It would have this session, this webinar, this virtual session last 2 years back. 2 साल पहले भी ये था, but 2 साल पहले हमने जगह नहीं था. Now work up. अभी हमें change. We are getting change. So mindset and skill sets. Now for new aspirant candidates, what required to change mindset or mindset. If your mindset change, you will get the stability. If your mindset change, you can make a preparedness. If your mindset change, you can make your strong root. And then skill set. So if you have the stability, definitely you will get the ability. If you don't have the preparedness, so no need to. If you are not prepared, then always you have to be repair. Means I was repairing. I was 2003 I was repairing, 2004, 2007 repairing, because multi-focus syndrome, because some focus, it would have 2001, 2002 straight focus, but I was suffering from multi-focus syndromes. Too many objectives. किधर जाना है? Front office में जाना है, housekeeping में जाना है, service में जाना है. After 6 years, 9 months, I got my passion. I identified my passion. This is my passion. This is learning and development is my passion. So when you stretch, you grow more. So started to stretch in learning and development. So these things, if you have the stability, certainly you will get ability. If you have the preparedness, so no need to repair. If you have a strong root, so of course after 3 years, after 4 years, after 5 years, you will get sweet fruits, because your roots is very strong. So this is mindset and skill set. For the new aspirant students, aspire the things what you love, that you do, and that will be perfect, because you will do more and more practice, and automatically the perfection will come. So here nowadays we are completely auto-cut. So we have to be auto-start, because in this pandemic, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, never ever seen and never ever experienced these pandemic situations. Now, if we do auto suggestion or if we do auto start, so again we'll come back, we'll bounce back. So this is very important. Setback, will bounce back, or sit back, means we are thinking that now what to do, how to do. So now every time, every moment, our mindset should change. And of course, current scenario, we are adapting new technology. faster adaptations of process and all these things in hotel industries. Especially for the students, they should make the clear focus, clear goal, clear purpose. Step one, step two, work hard with your passion, and step three, enjoy your achievement. This is my expression to all aspirant students, and thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anup. You have actually, you have gone. I have actually followed your path that way. I was in the banking industry for about 22, 23 years. Now I am in the teaching profession. My calling came much later. Your calling came much earlier. But a calling does come in between, and at that time, that is a point where you have to, you are at a crossroad whether to chase your passion or just take the normal route of what you had been following so far. Certain points that you said was one, your passion or your liking can change in between, right? You chose hotel management because I love that word. What you do, you love to do, and then
What you do that you love, and what you love that you do.
That you do, that came at the initial stage. You joined the hotel management industry, and thereafter, after 7 years, you decided, no, this is not my calling, let me get into teaching. It's a wonderful experience of yours, Anup, and I'm sure this is an eye-opener for students. And I would then, in that case, I would recommend all the students to watch Three Idiots once again. Right? So that is quite important. In fact, I think the reason why I moved into teaching probably was Three Idiots. I was in the corporate world here as well as sometimes overseas. So I was in the corporate world, banking sector, but then I thought this is not what I want to do. I want to do something else. So teaching came to me, and I decided. Now I just love, I eat, drink, sleep, teaching. That's it. That's it for me now. Right. Thank you so much, Anup, for your words. Now, may I request Sanjeev Sengupta, who's in the same batch of Anup, who's with Genpact, and he did his graduation in 2000 from Durgapur. Sanjeev, over to you, please.
Thank you, Raj sir. Thank you, Jyoti sir. I'm extremely pleased to actually share this podium today with you. Extremely obliged.
Thank you.
Happy to have Anup still with me for the last 20 years. He has never been actually out of my reach. We have always been together, and I'm extremely happy to see people like Bunty, Vendrella, and Agniva here. It gives me so much of pleasure, guys, to see you that my younger brothers and sisters like you have done so well right from the college days, and even the new generation which is now listening to us. My younger brothers and sisters, it's been 20 decades, 2 decades. Me and Anup, we have passed out from hotel management, Durgapur. Like he said, small college, small place. World was different 20 years back. We could not even think of sitting in our bedroom and kind of talking to a global arena like this. And thank God, Anup, we did not become a doctor. We would have been a terrible doctor, actually. So good, we did not do that. Just a little bit about myself. It's been a roller coaster ride. I belong to Bihar, though being a Bengali by birth. Not too much of exposure. Being a small town guy, had no idea what to do in life. But hotels, tourism was coming up those days, was a good option. I felt it could be a good lucrative opportunity to grow and get into and start my career. NSHM was a good name those days. Starting up in Durgapur. Gave it a try with some interviews. I was selected. Small place, small hostel. Stayed there 3 years. Passed out in 2000. Joined Oberoi's. Worked with hotels for 3 years. Not much, but whatever short stint of span I was with hotels, I was with some big brands like Holiday Inn, Oberoi's, ITC. Grew up to a management trainee also was almost at an executive level. But then eventually those days, these these ITS BPOs were coming up. A lot of people were moving into that, and I somehow felt that that industry is more fascinating. That knowledge that they carry is more fascinating. The outcome that they have is more fascinating, and I thought of giving it a try. And that industry embraced me with open hands in 2005. I joined Converges. Then I worked for GE, Genpact. I worked for IBM. I have worked for JP Morgan Chase. And currently, I'm a VP operations for Genpact, lead the operations for the for a certain area, specifically in the Asia domain, and can't tell you too much because it's confidential. But yeah, I mean, it's a large portfolio, almost 300 people reporting into me. But then yeah, it's a very diversified thing. Starting from hotel management from Durgapur to Genpact, there's no correlation. But then what matters is you actually have to kind of mix your passion with your profession. That's what Anup was talking about. Life will take you through, and I know a lot of you over the other side of the phone are kind of still trying to figure out, okay, which is my right career to choose. I'm not here to actually give you a guidance of which is a good career for you or what I have done, or how wonderful I have done that. But I'm pretty much here to kind of give you some glimpse of what I have learned in my overall 20 years of experience, and that might be helpful to you in some way or the other to kind of figure out your way ahead. Like for example, Bunty said, read. Definitely. Very very good point. Never leave reading. Vandela said, she became independent after she got into NSHM, and she also emphasized on the learning part. Anup has mixed his diversified career with profession and with passion. Passion made with profession. He actually started growing and he started enjoying it even more. So, couple of things that I would want to highlight as a as a senior alumni on this panel today is focus on learning, not the outcome. Like Jyoti sir was saying, three idiots. Don't go with a line of sight. That's what normally in India people do. Okay, I will pick up an engineering career. I will do an MBA because that will give me a good job, and that's where we tend to fail. Don't do that. Try aligning it to something that is your interest, something which is your passion. If you can somehow do that, because see, nobody told me actually. I started with my own preconceived notion of how can I make my career, and now today you have so many brains to tell you this is right, this is wrong, and if you can take a 5% of it also, it will definitely benefit. It's not gonna do any bad to you. So try mixing your interest with your studies. The line that you're choosing, even if you're an MBA student, or if you're doing a technical course, or you're doing a hotel management, you choose a line. Like for example, Anup was talking about, he was there in production, he went to front office, he was working in housekeeping. Wherever you are, you try being the best. Even if you are, you'll probably see a couple of people in Orissa are just famous because they do a wonderful sand art. The entire world knows them because the sand art that they've picked up is the best that they can do. I mean, nobody can catch their hands. So it's not about you being an IITN, or you being an MBBS doctor, or you be a MBA from finest institution of Pune. It does not matter. You be the best in whichever college you are, and if you are not the best one in the place where you are, you probably are not justifying. Then you should not be complaining. That's one thing that I've learned. Do the best what you can in wherever you are. Focus on your learning, not the outcome. That will kind of make you really happy. Believe in yourself. A very very important point. We don't have to kind of think of what's my peer doing, or what's the generation doing, or what's happening with COVID. Oh my God, a lot of layoffs happening in IT. MBA students are not getting job. That's not something that you should be worried about. You will have to believe in yourself. You will have to believe in what are your capabilities. You'll have to believe in what is it I can do. I haven't seen a single person in my 20 years of my experience, and trust me, out of this 20 years, at least 15 years I have been into the people business. I have been leading teams. I haven't seen a single person in my career who was good, who was passionate, who used to do his things right, and he had to struggle, for a role or for a job, or he was into trouble when there was a 2009 recession, or there was a pandemic. Doesn't matter, because you are the best. Any organization, any boss, any person would always like to pick up somebody who can actually justify his own organization. If I have people reporting into me and I have a task to perform, I would like to have people who can reduce my workload, people whom I can depend on. So try being that. And if you fall into that category, who's actually is somebody who's dependable and you can do your job the best, you will never have to kind of look back. Another important point is don't follow. Try being a leader, like our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, says. Why do you have to think about always about a job? Why can't you think about creating a job? Gone are those days. I mean, if you ask me, if you talk, I am from Bihar, from Patna, from Gaya, okay, a small town. Everybody wants to be an IES. Everybody wants to be an IPS. Today I'm in Hyderabad. Everybody wants to go to US. They want to be an engineer. You talk about some other state. They all have their own whims and fancies of this is what I want to become. But what we lack is, we don't want to buy 10 cows and employ 10 people to milk them and sell it out as a health product. We don't think about it because we somehow have a parity of, we don't think about it. This can also be a career. So don't do what is very traditional. Don't just follow the crowd saying, okay, I want to do this because 90% of people or 90% of people around me are doing this. Pick up a course, pick up a career which is absolutely something that you're convinced about, something that you can live with the rest of your life. Don't just do that because your neighbor is doing it, or Sharma uncle came to your dad and said, "Arey, mera beta to kind of went to US, because he did MBA." Don't do that. So that shouldn't be an influencer. And I hope none of our parents should actually do that, because my dad did not do this to me. So I am thankful to him that he did not do this to me, and I was able to choose my own career. Another very important point, and I hope all of us might agree with me, is take your career seriously. Take your career seriously, but not at the cost of your individuality, not at the cost of your existence. So, like somebody did mention, I forgot. Somebody was talking about the creativity and the passion that you have that dies over the period of time. Keep some time for that. I was watching a video some time back. Somebody took a bottle and then he filled up some stones into it, and then he filled up some pebbles into it. Then he filled up some sand into it. Then he asked people, "Is it full now?" So people said, "Yeah, it is full." So, "Do you see anything going inside?" He said, "No, nothing." Then he took a bottle of beer and he poured some beer into it. The beer went inside. He said, "See, there's still some space for a bottle of beer with friends." So you always have that time, okay? You always should have time for yourself. Never actually get so lost that okay, you're so engrossed that your studies are taking over you, and you have to do that 80%, and you have to take that distinction, and you have to top in the college. That doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. I mean, I'm still with my school friends WhatsApp group. I am telling you, people who are at the front benchers. I used to be a backbencher, and I've throughout been a backbencher, and we are all together today. It's not that somebody who was a front bencher has kind of reached to NASA and moon. It doesn't. It's not like that. We're all the same. Maybe he's doing a little better than me, but that's fine. I don't mind. But I don't want to kind of sacrifice my entire rest of my life for that. So it's fine. You don't have to stretch yourself too much. You can kind of take it a little light right now also while you're studying, and when you get into your job also, take it seriously. It's not that you should not take it seriously, but not at the cost of your individuality. Because see, what you can acquire it can never match with what God has given you. You will end up losing the talent that God has given you. If you're a singer, if you are an actor, if you don't focus on that, if you just ignore it, you're kind of saying no to what God has given you, and you're simply focusing on what you can acquire, which is not a good thing to do. So somehow you are actually disrespecting God. With that, a lot of gyan actually. I don't want to kind of bore the session, but these are a couple of points that came into my mind. I'm not a politician. I'm not a professional orator. I just do my job honestly. If somebody called me for NSHM for the session, I am here. I'm spontaneously giving a speech, but I would like to end up with a last statement, which is coming to my mind right now. Success, which you are worried about, and probably we all are worried about, is not final. Success is not final. And failure is not fatal. Either success is final, not failure is fatal. It is the courage to continue that makes you a leader, actually. So if you really have the courage to continue, that's what makes you different and distinct. If you somehow believe in yourself and continue with whatever it comes your way, the life is yours. That's all I have to say today. All the best. Thank you. And over to Raj sir back.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think you have pointed out certain really good points for our students. Due to paucity of time, I would just like to shorten myself in my whatever I would have noted down. So one good thing is life is always a roller coaster ride. It's never a bed of roses. Anywhere you do whatever your passion is, expect the unexpected. So that's what is roller coaster ride is all about. You have pointed out focus on learning, which is so important, relevant all the time, aligning with your passion. So try to align yourself, your passion with your career. Believe in yourself and measure your own performance. That's what I would like to add one more point to it. Rather than measuring yourself with your peer, measure your performance with yourself. Like what I was here, where I was maybe a month ago, where I am now. So that is how you would improve, rather than looking at your peer. Your peer may be going down, and you may also be going down if you follow your peer, right? Then you have to be dependable. That's a very good word, Sanjeev, that you used, being dependable. I remember, during my performance appraisal in my earlier organization, they would use the word Jyoti is a very dependable guy. That word itself means a lot. So you have to train yourself to be dependable. So your managers, your bosses will look upon you. Yeah, this is a guy, the go-to guy. Any problem we have, we come to him. So that doesn't come inborn. You have to build yourself up to that level. Try being a leader, being an entrepreneur. That's a good point. And take your career seriously and not at the cost of your individuality. Obviously, that is a very good point. But the last statement that you said is just the I will say one of your key thoughts. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. Right? Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. Courage to continue is what will take you forward. Right? With that, thank you so much, Sanjeev. It was a very enlightening session from your side. Yeah, and I would now like to call upon Agniva Ganguly, who's from the Master of Hospital Administration from the 13-15 batch. Agniva, over to you, please.
Yeah, good evening to all. My fellow speakers have summed it up very well, actually. So I'll keep it short. I'll share my experience in NSHM college.
Sorry, we took your entire time.
No issues. Actually, it was a very nice session hearing all of you. And in NSHM, I was doing my master's in hospital administration. In the 2013, I got admitted in NSHM college. So before that, I was a very introvert kind of a guy, and I had a stage fright, and I was not into public speaking and all. So what NSHM nurtured in me was the self-confidence and to speak on a club public forum. And all my teachers were very friendly in NSHM. I fondly remember all of them, and I can name a few: Jilam Rudra, Navanita ma'am, and Ricky Devnath. They were all very friendly and easily approachable. So it actually encourages the students to help nurture them their confidence that is required actually. And during my professional journey, I got the opportunity to work in a future leadership program in IQ Vision Private Limited. So it was an amazing experience, and the transition from a college student to the professional world was a very amazing experience, because we were 19 people selected from all over India, across India, from different colleges, and we were made to undergo a management training program in the northern part of India. And we went to Rohtak, and that was the first time I was traveling outside Kolkata for staying away from my family. So that was a very different kind of experience. And initially, as Indrila said, and all the others have mentioned, that initially, people get bogged down by failure. Even I have faced issues and hurdles during the initial days of my career. And at that point of time, even I thought maybe I should quit, and I'm not, you know, I should not belong here, because those in that time there was a very huge competition going on between the 19 people, those that were selected in that program. So that time I was like really bogged down with those pressure and all pressure of performance and doing good. But later on, what I did was I talked to my peers. I mean, those people that those that were the part of that program, they actually helped me a lot. I mean, talking to them, sharing experiences, and being persistent was what I was trying to do over there. And those initial hardships eventually phased out, and uh, with time I was doing good over there. And most of my peers over there, they helped me a lot in overcoming those hardships. So uh, initially people think that maybe I am not good enough, and I'm not performing enough to be part of this team. But gradually, when you keep on pushing yourself, and putting those efforts, and being persistent, you come up successful actually. So what I have felt is that success is not only about like coming on top, or having gold medals, as Marisha ma'am said. It's about the journey. Enjoying the journey is much more important, because what I have felt, I have traveled across North India. I have met with different people. I've stayed in 5 to 6 different cities. Right now, I'm in Bangalore. I have explored almost all of North India, and what I have felt is that every day is a new experience, and every culture, every people that you talk to has some new thing to share, and those experiences are the things that count at the end of the day. I mean, success will eventually follow if you enjoy the journey, and if you make your efforts, and definitely success won't deter you. And talking about disruptions, yes, I hope all of us in this panel have faced hardships in their careers at some point of time. Initially, or even when we are experienced, also we are faced with challenges. And at this point of time, we are facing the most toughest battle, that is the COVID situation. And being a part of the healthcare industry, I have seen the COVID situation very closely. So in that also, what I have felt is that every day is a new learning. I mean, in a healthcare setup, we have to deal with COVID patients. We cannot just turn away patients like that. So every day we are getting COVID patients. We have to prepare ourselves. So we prepared our the way we have prepared the rules and regulations after this COVID situations, the protocols that have been set have been strictly followed. So what I feel is that with every new challenge, to overcome the challenge, we need to prepare ourselves to fight it out, and to lay down some rules, and to lay down some strategies by which we can overcome it. So even in this COVID situations, I have been like mesmerized to see the way our nursing staff and the administrative staffs have been working day and night to fight this battle of COVID. So it's a very nice experience actually. It's a big learning for us, all of us, in this situation. So to all the students that though those are like just entering into a professional world, my only suggestion would be to be persistent, and don't give up in the initial phase of your professional life, and prepare yourself, and preparation is very much important to come out successful, and also learn from the experiences. It's all the journey. You enjoy the journey. The experiences and the journey is much more important than being successful. Success will eventually follow, but the experiences are the ones that count. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Agniva, for your thoughts on this whole theme today. You have one very good learning is about being an introvert. I've seen people who are introvert, they tend to remain being introvert for a large part of their life, because they feel they're better cut away from other words, or rather they would have the fear to express in front of few people, people. And then you said you had a stage fright. We all have gone through those times. You're not born with a condition where you are completely free and you are not an introvert, you are an extrovert. You get into the stage and you start performing or you start talking. It doesn't happen. That happens probably with a very, very, very nano percentage of the entire population. I used to have a tremendous stage fright during my earlier days and all that. But over a period of time, as you rightly said, experience is the best thing that teaches you to be more ready for all this kind of situation. And to overcome the stage fright and all that, my advice to the students in that case would be, take your or take all these communication classes or any kind of presentations seriously. It's not like just getting onto the stage and blurting out, showing a PowerPoint presentation and getting out. It's all about your communication, how you are able to communicate. You may not be able to speak good English, no problem, doesn't matter. English is not the end of the world, but yes, what you need to do with by your choice of words, by your body language, by the kind of communication that you put on the word on the board, that's the way people would like to take you and accept you. And one more thing that I would like to point out here is that this stage fright and all this, correct me if I'm wrong, Agnima, they come from maybe to a certain extent inferiority complex. You would start to feel that others are more superior to you, and if you stand up on the stage and start talking, others would make fun of you. Is that right? I used to face that during my time. I don't know if it's the same case.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's partly right, sir. And another thing is that you get conscious of the people around you, and you think at the back of your mind, and that's the problem that happens when you are in front of a lot of people. You get conscious of yourself, and then you make mistakes. So once.
Carry on, please.
No. So that's because you haven't undergone that experience. Once you go through that experience, that stage fright goes away actually.
That
So
is true.
it was a big learning curve for me actually. When I was a student, I remember that my teachers once pushed me on the stage to participate in an event in NSHM, and I did quite well, and I was quite surprised that wow, that
That's
even
what.
I can come. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that experience actually counts. So it made me confident.
That's where I spoke about the being inferior. When you get the what pulls you back is you start to feel that others are the audience is much more sharper, smarter than you, and they are out there to catch you. You say something wrong and they'll make fun of you. That's the whole point. Yeah, so obviously that all comes with experience, with practice. You need to get up on the stage. You cannot theoretically study communication and then you become a good communicator. No, it has to be in practice. So that's something which I would like to tell all our students. In fact, my current batch students also, I keep telling that. And this has been an excellent session today. I would say, and I'm sure all our new students would have taken a good learning. We had a mix of people from alumni from various streams, good learning from our alumni, and I think I myself have taken a lot of learning today. So thank you so much for being present today, and we hope to see you quite often, inspiring our students. And I'm sure our students will really need you going forward. Over to you, Anisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all of you. As sir rightly said, I think it was a very, very inspirational session. Nonetheless, I think also very, very motivational, and the kind of kick and pump that all the new entrants and all the students needed rightfully. Because despite everything that we said, your voice ultimately matters and makes a difference. So thank you so much for taking out time amidst your busy schedule. I'm very sure that right now all of you have a lot on your plate, and yet you decided to take out time and be a part of your alma mater, and that truly, truly shows your dedication. Thank you so much, everyone, and I hope, as so rightly said, and as everyone feels here in the campus, that we get to see you soon here at the campus as well. Please do take care and please do stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you, all of you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Very well conducted. Thank you.
Today's session is going to be less about me talking and blabbering, and it's going to be more about how you guys decide to utilize your time when you are a part of NSHM institution. Now that you have been inspired by the alumni members, the next step is that how do you decide to inspire others? And to give a few tips on this particular topic, we have amongst us today Dr. Saujanya Puri, Professor and Head at NSHM Center for Language and Communication. She's going to come on board today and give you a few tips on the very same topic. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Anisha. It's been.
Ma'am, I'm not going to take much time today because I'm going to let it over to you because they are eagerly waiting. They have heard the topic and now they're curious about what exactly I meant. So I'm leaving it over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, it's always rushing against time now, all of us, because you have a great cultural event coming up, Aangan Utsav, and before that, some small tips on what you could be doing. From here onwards, welcome to Ask. When I talk Ask, tell you what is Ask. Ask is attitude, skills, and knowledge. Well, this session was more to do with how do you create a video profile of yours. I will do that in the classroom because we have a paucity of time, but then I would like to hint at few things which all of us need to adhere to and take up in the coming days. I'm sure you all watch and follow the channel Superhumans of Asia. There was recently a video in which this Malaysian girl, if I get the spelling and the pronunciation right, Viviana, had the urge to give an exam and got onto because there was no net connectivity, she got onto the highest tree, which was the tallest tree. She sat there and gave an exam. And with her resilience, she cleared the exam. And after that, there were a lot of these mobile network companies which followed and tried to ensure that there's better connectivity in the village. Well, she is a champion and a true right. NSHM certainly inspires the champion in you. And this comes for you to understand on two aspects of it. During your course, you would experience various situations wherein your true mettle is tested. You rise above to be a champion or you vanish. Well, you heard the alumni talking about how they got inspired, shift gears, and then ensured success for themselves. Here, we train you to ensure that you are successful. And for that, we need to look at to understand what is our calling. So we've been understanding the whole of the last 4 days. We try to understand, know your campus, know your city, know your leaders of NSHM, know your portal heads, know your program coordinators, know your alumni. Now, before I hand it over to the current set of students who would now engage you in a CLC conversation, I leave you with a thought: know yourself. When I stress upon knowing yourself, it is here that we are looking forward, because every student who walks into NSHM, we kind of do a mapping of every student and encourage them to come up with a 1-minute video profile of theirs. This could be your wow factors, it could be a mind map, or it could be a personal vision which you could capture in a minute. And for this, we look forward to you to record the same and bring it back when you come and join your classes. We have a good time till the 2nd of November. My team, the CLC team, will take you through the presentations and instructions further required so that you could understand your potential. You're an introvert, you're an extrovert, and all of us are born with those gifts, those talents, which we really need to channelize to realize our true fulfillment in our life. So here, as you move on to the digital platform of going in for your classes, wherein your classes will be held on Microsoft Teams, it becomes our responsibility to instruct all of you that when you come in for your classes, as you would be making your video profile, we look forward to ensure that you are properly groomed. You also are aware about the platform you're using, which you would certainly be trained on. And apart from that, when you make your digital profile, this is something which will compare. You look back and say, 2020, this is how I was. 3 years later, this is how I'm going to be. And this is a journey which all of us undertake together with you. Well, you have just seen a tip of the iceberg when you met our leaders and the NSHM team members. You met the alumni, such promising alumni across those 25 years of NSHM. Now you would be meeting your seniors in a conversation. And this is the first time we are having a CLC conversation virtually on this platform, wherein they would be talking about the theme Dasabuja. So we look forward to all of you viewing it, taking notes whenever you require, asking them questions. Maybe you could always send some messages on the chat as well. And then when you make your video profile, you would try to differentiate, would I want to be like them, my seniors, or the leaders, or the champions you have seen? There's a takeaway from each of the AVs you have seen all the last 3 days, and how you would like to plan your future. Right. Thank you so much, Anisha. I think now we should hand it over to Aishi Pal. And yes, how are you doing, Aishi?
Ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm
Aishi.
doing very good. Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am, for having me.
I'm quite keen on listening to our students who will be coming up, and this is the first series of CLC conversations. This is going to be on the TEDx mode later, wherein we have all our students coming up and giving them a chance to convert introverts to extroverts and then shape up their personalities. All right, over to you, Aishi. Thank you so much.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I loved it that you gave the example of one of Asia's superheroes, that little Malaysian girl, how she overcame her difficult situations. And listening to that makes me realize just how privileged we kids, millennials and all these new generation kids we really are. We have no right to complain. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So a very good evening to our lovely audience and our dear participants present today. It feels positively cheerful that we could once again come together virtually at this moment, because Lord knows I have missed those college addas. And to think that we have new juniors waiting for us already. Cannot wait to meet up with you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, under the NSHM School of Life Skills, we have 5 centers of excellence, a part of which is the NSHM Center for Language and Communication, CLC, which heartily welcomes you all to CLC Conversations. The idea behind this is to have many more such interactive sessions on the same platform with various important people from different industries so that we students get an exposure and therefore an overall holistic development. So today, dear friends, we will be talking about all things life and college and of course, Dashabhuja. We have invited various students from all the different portals of NSHM Durgapur and Kolkata. And while this may not be Kartik Dar Dukaner Adda, nothing can top that, come on. But this sure feels good, especially after what, like 7 months of not seeing each other in the flesh? You know, while we all struggle during this time of extreme emotional and social turbulence, with people learning quickly to embrace technology in their pursuit of spirituality, sanitizing and wearing masks before even contemplating a visit to the pandal, or the emergence of pundits on Skype who can conduct rituals without having to visit homes. This Durga Pujo essentially embodies two things: hope and resilience. Hope that this wretched pandemic will end soon, and the resilience that we will get through it, come hell or high water. Hope, after all, is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness. So, this Dashabhuja embodies hope and resilience for me personally. And that makes me wonder, what do my friends, your seniors, juniors, this is for you, what do my friends think about it? NSHM has indeed kept us very busy with classes, discussions, and all those MAR activities, you know, even Coursera MOOCs courses. But in the midst of all this, how have you been holding up? So I would like to request, ma'am, could you please send the rest of my peers if they would like to talk today? So we can see that Orgho, Aman, Puspita, everyone is joining. You guys look beautiful. Hello,
Thank you so
long time
much.
no see. Yes.
Hello, Archie.
Hey, Yukta. So you guys look really beautiful and dashing. So guys,
Same to you, actually.
thank you so much. Right. So may I now request Orgho Majumdar, he's from BBA Global Business NSHM Kolkata. Could you please talk to us about all the things that you did during the pandemic? What does Dashabhuja? Yes. So what does Dashabhuja really mean to you? Please.
Okay. First of all, good evening, everybody, and thanks for having me over here. See, first of all, I would like to point out that it is a great thing that the college is organizing such an event. You know, connecting the students and collaborating with us gives us an opportunity. Talking about the quarantine, the lockdown situation, really the first couple of weeks, we were in the mode of realizing, okay, now life has shifted to a different paradigm. Followed that was a few months where we had to, acclimatize to the new format of life.
Right.
I mean, it's surprising amusing that we are sitting here in the second week of October and we are thinking to ourselves that, okay, so many months have gone by and what have we learned? Whom have we met? What have we done? For me, the entire lockdown was comprised of watching a few movies here and there, catching up on TV shows. It's quite amusing. I left up on Peaky Blinders in 2018, the second season, and I caught up with that right now, and I'm still watching it. And
I did the same, Gunti.
High five. And it's mostly about taking time out for you. I don't want to glorify the pandemic, but there is one thing I would like to add, like a silver lining, that it has given us the opportunity to really reconnect with people. Oftentimes we say that we don't have time for family, and it is quite true. It is mostly because they fall off from the priority lists in our lives. Quarantine has given us an opportunity to go back and reconnect with them. So college has been keeping us busy with classes, with the courses, with the classes. And of course, there's a distinct assignments for sure.
Assignments.
there has been a distant missing of going back to college, missing the college friends, going out of your house, to be quite honest. But 7 months have breezed past, and now here we are reflecting back. And
Absolutely.
to answer to your second question, see, Doshu Puja signifies, and specifically this year, Doshu Puja reconnecting with people. Like, I'll give an example, and IG, you and Aman can co-relate with this. Let's take us back to 2016-17. Back then, we were in our high schools, right?
Right.
And we were hanging out with our school friends. We even had our puja celebrations with our school friends, right? And right now, like, for the pursuit of their own careers, some of the students moved out to different parts of the country. And we are well aware that certain states do not give the provision of a holiday, outside Bengal for Durga Puja.
True enough. Yes.
And again, I don't want to glorify the pandemic, but students are back, your friends are back. So this Durga Puja, you get the opportunity to spend your time with your friends back again. So it is, and I'm pretty sure that the juniors are going to have a blast of a time this year. They just need to stay safe. Rest all will be assured. And that's it. Dasha Puja signifies reconnecting with people and rejoicing the fun.
Absolutely, Orgo. I loved how you pointed out the positive aspects of it. I mean, it's not about glorifying a pandemic, it's about, it's a glass half full kind of a situation, silver lining and all that. I mean, you should always have a positive outlook. Otherwise, how will you survive? Always sulking and being depressed. That is not a way to survive. So thank you so much, Orgo. That was really well put together, and we loved hearing from you. So, another thing, when I think about God, Orgo, because we are on the topic of Dasha Bhuja, I cannot help but also think about us human beings, because you see, some say that this pandemic was nothing but Mother Nature avenging herself because of our actions. And while it is true that I feel like there is something that almost always goes wrong when human beings decide to play God, but then again, if you come to think about it, every man is divinity in disguise, really a god playing the fool, don't you think? It just made me realize, because you said all these positive things. So right, so that was a very beautiful conversation with you. Thank you, Orgo. So I can see Yukta smiling very prettily at the camera. So Yukta, pray tell, how did you deal with this lockdown? I, for one, have been lazing around like an old cat, just, watching Netflix all day and reading books. I'm pretty sure, studying, yes, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm pretty sure my mother will have a conversation with me after this. I can feel it. But did you learn anything new? Was it any different for you?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. And the lockdown started, I guess, 7 months ago. So we all were pretty pumped up at the beginning, trying up all those TikTok foods and all, right from Dalgona coffee to pancake cereals. I've tried it all. And, I've made cakes and all. I have done a few courses, caught up all on my K-dramas. Yeah, so that was it for the first 2 months, and then slowly started lazing around, more of lazing around and less of creative things. So, yeah. And the one thing that has been keeping me sane in this lockdown has been our college classes. And, we had so much of webinars, virtual events and all. It was quite refreshing, just from, lazing around in the same pajamas.
Yes. Also, Yukta, if I should point it out, we recently started our online language classes, foreign language classes. So
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you do it, but I'm in one, and that has been really fun, because I was losing my mind.
Actually, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, Aman.
Actually, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
You started the sentence with the question that what we learned new, right? I think the biggest lesson we all learned was the fact that we can stay at home for 7 months.
Exactly. Without
That was
going out
unimaginable.
and having
Completely took some. Completely took some.
no puchkas for 7 months and still
No
surviving.
guys, no nothing. We are still surviving. It's not over yet, guys. We can't just go out and have.
staying at home for a couple of days was a huge task.
The first few days felt like we are losing our heads. Like, what will we do? You know, kit with our parents all the time over nothing. I mean, spoon fell down, so kit start. So yeah, I know, right? But it's okay now. We are.
My mother got bored out of questions to ask me.
My mother was like,
It
"Will
was
you get
same
out?
for us.
Go sit on the terrace. Please, just get out of my eyesight. Don't stay here." Right. So
Earlier they used
Yukta,
to be like, "Ghar pe raho kabhi,"
Yeah, Yukta, continue.
and now they are like,
so Yukta, that was a very relatable experience because I went through the same things. I had my moments, Master Chef Oishipal, but we are over that. Would you please tell us all the things that you think about when you talk about Dashabhuja? Like, how do you relate to it?
Okay, so when I hear the word Dashabhuja, the first thing that comes to my mind is Dasera, which is just round the corner. On Dasera, people usually burn effigies of Ravan. So I wish, just like, we burn Ravan every year, we burn our Ravan lurking deep inside our minds this year. And coincidentally, it is also Mental Health Awareness Day today. So I wish, just as
Oh, yes.
Navratri get
Yes.
over, yeah.
You had
and
mentioned it
we,
to us. Very
Yeah.
good pointing it
yeah,
out.
yeah. So I wish, our phase of feeling low, depressed, and, anxious gets over with the Shera,
Right.
and, we all get into a lively mood.
Crossing our fingers. Yes.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yes, absolutely. So that was very good. We had a fun time talking to Yukta, and she was Yukta Bardia from BHN NSHM Kolkata. So next, I can see Pushpita. So I would love to invite Pushpita Satpathy from BBA NSHM Kolkata. Pushpita, what did you do during this pandemic? What are your thoughts and feelings towards Dashabhuja?
So basically, my quarantine days, my lockdown days went really very well. And I spent a lot of time with my family. I cooked. I never cooked before, so I tried a lot
Wow.
of new dishes. Huh, yeah, seriously. And we were not being able to order online, so everything we used to cook ourselves only. And I was literally feeling like a
Masterchef
chef.
days.
Yeah.
and
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 then
and even like assignments and stuff like at college loaded us. College did not
true.
give us any moment to
Very
do, like,
true.
you're staying at home, you have to do work, come on. It's like,
Exactly.
so what are
So
the things that you learned like during this pandemic?
uh, basically I learned digital art. See, creativity is something which I'm really attracted to. So whenever I get time, I used to do something creative. So
Right.
digital art is something which I learned. And trust me, digital art is really amazing. It's
Right.
interesting, and I did it for the first time. So I'll recommend you guys also, so try. And I think Aisha, you did
Definitely.
it, right?
Yes, I
I
do
know.
digital art,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's very good, definitely, because even I learned quite many things, even though I was lazy most of the time. But apart
Yeah.
from that, Pushpita, let's come to the whole, the main theme for today, that is
Which is Dashabhuja.
Dashabhuja.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
do you
So
see it?
see, basically, what I perceive from the word Dashabhuja is 10 hands or 10 arms. So basically, Durga is known as Dashabhuja because of her 10 arms. And
Right.
when I'm talking about Dashabhuja and Durga, what comes in my mind is Durga Puja, which is coming right now. So everyone is so much excited, so much, positive, and having literally they're having energy that, yeah, Durga Puja is coming, Mai is coming. So, and we all are basically hoping that maybe after this puja, this pandemic thing will get over, or maybe the situation will get better, and everyone is hoping in that way. And I hope that maybe we will go to college again and start our normal days. We will able to meet our friends, finger crossed. True. So this is what I believe. So talking about positivity and so much purity and good thing, what other thing which comes in my mind is negativity, which is evil or something like that. I think everyone among us have negative emotions or negative behavior. uh, so like, if I talk about the vice, which is coming to my mind right now is jealousy, which is irsha, which we also
Correct.
say irsha. Yeah. So basically, it's a human nature that basically all humans, uh, whatever, no matter whatever we achieve in our life, whatever we do in our life, we always, we are insecure. We are not happy about whatever you are achieving. Okay, so this is a bad thing, and I believe like, even if you don't achieve anything, if you don't have anything in yourself and you are seeing that other is having the same thing, and I want that which the person is having, so this is, in that way, actually jealousy arises. And I believe that if you focus on yourself, if you accept your flaws and work on yourself, the jealousy factor will eventually decrease. This is what I believe, this is what I understand from the word dashabhuja.
Absolutely, Pushpita, that is very true because, just a while back, while I was looking at this during the orientation, all the alumni, they were speaking, and one of the sirs mentioned that life is not really a bed of roses. It is a roller coaster ride. And that is very
Yeah.
true. That is very true because when you're talking about the positives, you must also talk about the negatives. We can't just
Negatives.
skip it like that because if we do that, then we will never learn, right? So thank you, Pushpita. That was very, very good. And I can see Shreya looking eagerly at the camera, smiling away. You look very beautiful, Shreya. What are your thoughts on
Thank you.
Dashabhuja? How did you spend the pandemic? Please talk to us.
So being a hotel management student, this pandemic was not at all
Right.
boring for me. I enjoyed a lot. I have did so many online courses on the beverages. As I'm a hotel management student, so I cooked a lot. I every day tried new recipes, and all the poor guinea pigs of those recipes were my parents. I made them tested all
Good job.
the dishes. So whether it's good or bad, they have to taste. They have to taste them, and so they should justify that yes, you're doing hotel
Right.
management for the right thing.
Absolutely. Shreya, like we had been discussing a while back, Durga Pujo is all about worshipping a
Yes.
goddess. And that, my folks, has everything to
Yes.
do with women empowerment. I don't know. Yeah. See, I don't know if that rings a bell with everyone, but what is your take on that? Durga Puja with women empowerment, Dasha Puja.
So Dashabhuja for me is the 10 warrior hand which protects everyone from
Right.
from all the directions, as they are the power, they have the strength, they are the bravest and everything. As today's modern women don't have those 10 hands, but they intact like they do have them. If I'm not wrong, if you can imagine a modern woman, you will just see that in one hand she's holding a rolling pin and she's handling laptop from the another. And if you imagine, she might flying a plane from the one hand and she will be carrying her baby from the another. So this modern women are totally sarvagun sampan, and they are the best example for the women empowerment. And this era women are like this. So this is all about the Shobhuja to me.
Absolutely. Ya Devi
That's a
Sarva
great analogy, Shreya.
Bhuteshu.
That's a great analogy.
Yes, Aman. So, I was just saying, this reminds me of, yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us have heard this, but let's just revisit that. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupera Samsthita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. The goddess who is omnipresent as the embodiment of power, I bow to her, I bow to her. So that reminded me, after talking to Shreya, because it's all about Shakti, women empowerment, Nari Shakti. So thank you. That was Shreya Sinha from BHM Durgapur.
Thank you.
Aman, you've been waiting for some time, and I would love to talk to you. All of us would. So, you can, Aman, how did this lockdown treat you? What are the new skills that you learned? What is your expression of Dasha Bhuja? Aman, your
Aman,
audio is on mute. If you would please unmute yourself. Yes.
I am so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Am I okay?
It's okay. Yes, you're
Yeah,
audible.
you're audible now.
Aman, your audio.
Again.
Right.
Yes, it's okay.
It's there. It's not muted.
Yes, it's okay now. Please,
Right.
yes.
We were talking about lockdown, right?
Yes.
We're talking about lockdown. It majorly went well, but kind of becoming boring now. You know. But one thing that deserves mention, I think, is the fact that I'm totally sure that the kind of period last 7 months have been, none of us are getting it back, at least not in this lifetime. So using it as a healthy resource have been pretty fun, And as we all have been talking about, NSHM does keep us on our toes, right?
Absolutely.
Daily assignments, regular classes, useful webinars, and we recently had a huge management fest where colleges across the nation took part. It has been pretty fun, but amongst all these, we had a lot of spare time, and that actually gave me to read a lot of literature across spectrum that I don't think I would have been able to read had college and everything been there, the structure environment being there. Didn't really watch much movies now. But yeah, I figured out something I would want to share with all of you. Being a avid traveler, it was very hard for me to sit back home for a long period of time. But I found this new thing, Google Street View. I actually traveled the world sitting back at home, watched shows on various museums, Egyptian galleries. I saw the Egyptian gallery, the whole gallery on Google Street View. It was such an amazing experience.
That's that's really amazing.
That's really amazing.
It's very
Good
fascinating.
idea. I have to do that. Yes, we have to do that.
Yeah, do this.
Checklist.
I literally advise you all.
Yes, absolutely. Good idea.
That quite has been the lockdown period for me. Yeah. Sure, that quite has been the lockdown period for me. Coming back to your second question, the Dasha Puja, right?
Right.
For me, Dasha Puja has been quite a phrasal synonym for get together and have fun. As simple as it is.
True.
I came to Calcutta a bunch of years ago with my family, and just to witness a week-long madness that happens in the month of October and November in the name of Durga Puja, it's just amazing.
Especially shopping.
Shopping, of course. It's an integral part. You can't. It's mutually inclusive. You have to do this. And it's just amazing. Streets flooded with millions and millions of people when we look around. And all those people are just having fun with themselves, with their families, friends, regardless of what's happening around. If you ask me, I don't really think there are a lot of instances that matches the definition of what Durga Puja sets up. Just fun, literal fun. And I think with all that we have been through for last half a year, I think this is the much needed thing we should have. Pray to God, fingers crossed, whatever we can, let this thing happen. Be on a minimal scale, but this should happen. That is Dasha Puja for me.
Absolutely, Aman. That was beautifully summed up. That is very true. So we've learned quite a few things today, and basically, the thing is that, guys, the main funda, if you should say that, is that there are two aspects to it: the positive and the negative. And if we just ignore the negative, look at the positive, it never works. There must be a balance, right? So that we can learn from it. So that was really good talking to all of you. And I'm pretty sure juniors are excited to meet their seniors, right? And I cannot wait to go to college. I cannot wait to do my college.
Same here.
Right. So
I'm not going to miss any day of college now.
Absolutely. No missing. We'll get full attendance, 100% attendance. That's a promise,
Yeah,
right?
no skipping college now.
No skipping college. Okay, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, everyone watching, we come to the end of our CLC conversations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed directors, our respected faculty, and most importantly, the entire team of CRC for always making sure that we students have the best opportunities everywhere. And of course, for giving us this fun chance to have a mini virtual Adda session. Who would have thought? Our college is spoiling us rotten.
I'm not going to say much after that kind of conversation, but I'm going to let Saujanya ma'am do the wrapping up because she was backstage and I was backstage and we were totally having a gala time, being a part of this kind of conversation, and truly did feel virtual for a few minutes. I was almost out of my mind that we are part of this new digital normal and that we cannot be face to face and we cannot have these kind of conversation at a tea stall. Thankfully so, because you all made us feel that way. So thank you for
Anisha
that
ma'am.
amazing
Anisha
conversation.
ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
of course, Aman, say.
If I can add on something, I mean, we have been talking a lot about student side, what the students went through. I think we should also talk about the teachers. It was a huge transformation thing that the teachers had to go through. Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
very truly said. But I think today's session, ma'am would agree with me, is dedicated to the students. So
Absolutely.
what the faculty think is not much of an interest right now. It's going to be more.
Absolutely.
We are not.
No, because I guess this
We
was
are
an
not getting this kind of stage much number of times.
Yeah. I guess we'll get more
thank the
platforms
teachers.
for discussions. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for all of that. I'm sure our faculty team would be very happy to hear that. But yes, you've been nice, guys. Talking about a theme like Dasha Puja would not have been so easy without a pen and paper for all of us because it's such an in-depth topic. But then you connected it. Thanks, Aishi and the Ergo, Aman, Yukta, Shreya, and Pushpita. I know we'll be eating into the Aangan time already. 2 minutes down for the
Yes, ma'am.
extravaganza to start.
And
well,
yes,
thank
ma'am.
you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you everyone, and we'll continue the conversation further offline. So that's where it's going to continue. So all of you, thank you so much for this amazing session, and I hope you all had an amazing time as much as the viewers had and as much as we had for being a part of this conversation. All of you,
Thank you,
please do
ma'am.
take care. And all of
Yes,
you, stay
ma'am.
in touch.
And ma'am,
It was our
also,
pleasure.
ma'am,
Thank you.
last but not the least, thank you to all our lovely viewers for being a part of this program. Yes, we are grateful to you for your support and presence. Please feel free to let us know down in the comment section regarding all you felt about this tiny endeavor of ours. I am Ushi Pal from Bachelor of Optometry, NSHM Kolkata. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, our lovely professors, we shall be signing off. Stay happy, stay safe, and never ever lose hope.
Absolutely.
Good. That's a good way of wrapping up. And on that note, you all as well, please do take care and follow the same that you said. And we will stay in touch and we will see you soon. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, ma'am. Take care, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Now, after that, I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm going to move on right on to the Aangan Utsav Day 2 of the event. As you can see, I'm already a part of the festive feel. So I'm going to give you a brief glimpse into what exactly are we going to plan for you in the next few minutes. Take a look and be a part of Aangan Utsav Day 2.
Durga is a notion.
Is invincible, is a nurturer.
Durga is enduring. The recognition of the light within.
The strength within. Durga is formless.
Atma, Shakti, Bhakti and Prakriti.
Is the vanquisher of all obstacles.
Leading us to the deep strength within and to strengthen others.
All living beings are blessed with Dasha Puja.
The 10 potent potentials as hands to create goodness, conquer the vices, promote universal peace, harmony and prosperity.
Durga is our inclusive tomorrow.
Namaskar and welcome to Aangan Utsav Day 2. The setup has changed, the feel has changed, the mood has changed, and the vibe has changed. And I officially welcome you all to a cultural extravaganza. Post all the inspirational videos and all the inspirational talks that you were exposed to. It's time for a gala moment. Rightfully so, because it's the weekend at the end of the day. How can we not celebrate a Saturday evening? Especially when it's officially the countdown to Durga Pujo. I mean, this is a pandemic. I do realize we're stuck at home. I do realize the fact. We also do realize the fact that the whole pandemic situation is unfortunately not getting better. That is probably because of the fact that we all are too excited to follow any protocols of safety that we are supposed to follow. But we are going to act wise and make it possible for all of you to enjoy the best of the Pujo countdown while you're still stuck at home and while you're still stuck in front of your television screens, your computer screens, your mobile phone screens, or whatever digital device that you feel comfortable using. So while you're stuck here, you're going to grab some snacks, sit down, and be ready for the cultural evening that we have planned ahead for you. There's going to be a lot of singing, a lot of dancing, a lot of poetry, and a lot of good, lively interactions. All of which is a very important and a crucial part of Durga Puja celebration. And we are going to make sure that we do not miss out even on the smallest of details to make you feel any less of the Pujo feels that you actually feel when it's offline. Right? That is what we always promise to deliver. Now, with a whole new feel, let us please start the Aangan Utsav. And what better way to start Aangan Utsav than a beautiful dance, right? Dance, singing, poetry. The three most crucial aspects of a cultural evening. So we are going to make sure that we start Aangan Utsav on the right note. And we are going to do that by a dance by Ambalika Bhumik.
मधुकैटव विध्वंसी वेधात्री वरदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि धूम्र नेत्र वधे देवी धर्म कामार्थदायिनी रूपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि नमो दुर्गे नमो दुर्गे नमो दुर्गे नमो दुर्गे नमो दुर्गे नमो दुर्गे जटाजूट समायुक्ता अर्धेन्दु कृतशेखरा लोचनत्रय संयुक्ता पूर्णेन्दु सदृशानना अतसी पुष्पवर्णाभा सुप्रतिष्ठं सुलोचना नवयौवन सम्पन्ना सर्वाभरणभूषिता सुचारुदशनं तद्वत् विनोन्नत पयोधरा त्रिभङ्गस्थान संस्थानां महिषासुरमर्दिनीं मृणालायत संस्पर्श दशबाहु समन्वितां त्रिशूलं दक्षिणे ध्येयं खड्गं चक्रं क्रमागत नमो दुर्गे 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 नमो दुर्गे
Post a dance performance, what awaits us is a song performance. I mean, as I told you, the lineup has to be exactly sequentially to set the mood exactly correct for all the Durga Puja feels. I mean, I am already set up in a mood where, you know, during the Durga Puja, we are all set as a community. We all sit down with tea, coffee, and some biscuits in our hand, and we all enjoy a hell lot of community programs. That's the entire feel of Dasha Puja. And we are going to recreate the whole field digitally. The entire family of NSHM, the faculty members, their family members, people from outside have all participated as participants in this kind of extravaganza. And that is what makes Dasha Puja a lot more special, because it truly, truly brings out the feels of a community, the feels of homecoming of Ma back to her children. Now, on that note, we are going to move right away to our next performance, which is a beautiful song sung by Mumal Maji.
রাগ ভৈরবীর ওপর একটি দুর্গা বন্দনা এবং রাগ চন্দ্রকোষের ওপর আরেকটি দুর্গা বন্দনা একটি মেডলি শোনাতে চাই আপনাদের। भवानी दयानी भवानी दयानी महावाक्यवाणी सुरनर मुनि जनमानि सकल बोध ज्ञानी भवानी दयानी भवानी दयानी महावाक्यवाणी सुरनर मुनि जनमानि सकल बोध ज्ञानी भवानी दयानी भवानी नमो श्री दुर्गे दुर्गति हरा नमो श्री दुर्गे दुर्गति हरा दुर्जन गण शासिके दुर्जन गण शासिके नमो नारायणी हर शिरोमणि नमो नारायणी हर शिरोमणि सुदर्शन सुहासिके नमो श्री दुर्गे दुर्गति हरा नमो ज्ञाने सुज्ञान दात्री जोगेन्द्राणि श्री जगधात्री नमो ज्ञाने सुज्ञान दात्री जोगेन्द्राणि श्री जगधात्री चिरमंगल शुभ विधात्री चिरमंगल शुभ विधात्री भक्त जन कृपालिके नमो श्री दुर्गे दुर्गति हरा नमो श्री दुर्गे दुर्गति हरा जग जननी जग जानी महिषासुरमर्दिनी जग जननी जग जानी महिषासुरमर्दिनी ज्वालामुखी चण्डी ज्वालामुखी चण्डी अमर वरदानी नमो बहुरूपा बहुबल धरा जग मनोहरा भासिनी नमो बहुरूपा बहुबल धरा जग मनोहरा भासिनी नमो अम्बिके रण चण्डिके चण्ड मुण्ड नाशिनी नमो अम्बिके रण चण्डिके चण्ड मुण्ड नाशिनी नमो महामाया शक्ति परमा प्रकृति परमा भक्ति नमो महामाया शक्ति परमा प्रकृति परमा भक्ति তুমি দুর্গত জনের সুগতি, তুমি দুর্গত জনের সুগতি, মহামন্ত্র প্রদায়িকে নম শ্রী দুর্গে, দুর্গতি হরা দুর্জন গণ শাসিকে, দুর্জন গণ শাসিকে, নমো নারায়ণী হর শিরোমণি, নমো নারায়ণী হর শিরোমণি, সুদর্শনে সুহাসিকে নম শ্রী দুর্গে, নম শ্রী দুর্গে, নম শ্রী দুর্গে, ভবানী দয়ানি, ভবানী দয়ানি, মহাবাক্যবাণী, সুরনর মুনি जनमानि सकल बुध ज्ञानी, भवानी दयानी, भवानी। ধন্যবাদ।
You know, the best thing about all of these performances is that once these performances start, I'm pretty sure you want to see less of me blabbering in between and more of these performances, right? So I'm not going to take any much of your time because I'm equally enjoying all of these performances while I'm sitting backstage, right? So we are going to move right away to our next song, which is by Aangan Utsav.
जहाँ नहीं जाना था ये वही चला है रे, उम्र का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, सुबह पे जो मुंह माया नमक लगाए रे, ये देखे ना भाले ना जाने ना दाहे रे, दिशाहारा केमन बुका मुंटारी, कागज के दो पंख लेके उड़ा चला जाए रे, जहाँ नहीं जाना था ये वही चला है रे, उम्र का ये ताना बाना समझ न पाए रे, सुबह पे जो मुंह माया नमक लगाए रे, कि देखे ना भाले ना जाने ना राहे रे, दिशाहारा केमन बोका मुंटारी।
I mean, speechless. But the thing is that after that performance, my curiosity level has reached to a spike. And now I want to know what exactly next we have in store, just the way you are curious. I am curious, equally sitting here. So what next do we have in store? The next up we have is a dance by Nobonita Datta.
জাগো দুর্গা, জাগো দশ প্রহরধারিণী, অভয় শক্তি বল প্রদায়িনী, তুমি জাগো, জাগো, তুমি জাগো, জননী বদনা অজরায় অতুলা, জননী বদনা অজরায় অতুলা, বহু বলধারী বলধারী, জাগো মা সরলময়ী, চন্দ্রিকা শঙ্করী, জাগো, জাগো মা, তুমি জাগো, জাগো দুর্গা, জাগো দশ প্রহরধারিণী, অভয় শক্তি বল প্রদায়িনী, তুমি জাগো, জাগো, তুমি
After that beautifully mesmerizing dance performance, we are going to move on straight away to a beautifully enchanting song performance next that is going to be performed by Anu Samantha. Can we please have the next performance for tonight?
बाजलो थोमा आलोर मातलो जे घुमा बाजलो थोमा आलोर आज प्रभाते किशोरो सुने खुले दिनों बादलो 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 तो आलोर मातलो जे घुमा बाजलो सोमा आलोर आज सोमिया आलोर करो नसुर रोगिना आज कारो से आकाश वीणाय गाনের মালা বিনা তোমায় হারা তোমারি মন্ত্র মাতলো যে ঘুমো বাজলো তোমার আলোর
truly beautiful. But I know all of this performance makes you more excited for the next one. And that is why we have a lineup filled with such beautiful performances. And so we are going to move on right away to the next performance that we have for today. And that is a song as beautiful and as mesmerizing as the previous one. Better still, because it is going to make you worth every minute that you're spending with us at this moment on a Saturday evening. And that is why the next performance is by Indira Saha. Now, very crucial part of a Pujo culture is not just performances, but also adda. I mean, a Pujo is incomplete without a Pujo adda. Now, a Pujo adda without substance is also equally not a part of the Pujo culture. That is why we are going to have next up is a conversation. A conversation with Taranjit Kaur, actor, producer, and a poet who has founded the PAT Squad during this entire pandemic and lockdown situation. She is known for her work in acclaimed films like Aako Dekhi and Oscar winner Raju, amongst the others. But a conversation is again incomplete unless and until it is a two-way round, right? And to have the conversation with her on a lovely and lively note, we'll have amongst us today Reena Mitra, the head of Aangan at NSHM campus.
Hi Taranjit, good evening to you.
Hi Reena, good evening.
So lovely to see you today.
Yeah, I'm honored to be here at this panel and I've been watching these amazing performances and some really talented people.
We are very honored to have you amongst us today as well. And we're looking forward to having a wonderful conversation with you. So I will start off very quickly with asking you, as an actor, how, or as a person, how young were you when you wanted to make a difference in the world? Because you do so much of lovely things and we know all about that soon. So how young were you when you started thinking that I should make a difference in the world?
See, as far as acting is concerned, I started acting when I was 14. I started doing theatre in Chandigarh with my guru Neela Mansingh Chaudhary, who's from NSD. Where your other question is, when did I decide that I wanted to make a difference in the world? I think that somehow came genetically in my genes because I always look up to my father, who's been a huge inspiration in my life. And he's been this very inspiring figure who's been working tirelessly all his life for people, involved in a lot of social work. And because he came from an era when there wasn't social media, so whatever he was doing very quietly. And I think somewhere I just kind of imbibed those things, and it started very early in school and college, like organizing blood donation camps, eye donation camps, taking theater workshops with children, underprivileged children. And yeah, since then it's been a journey.
It's wonderful to know that, Karan. You've been doing so many different kinds of films, and your films are very offbeat. They always have a message, and they're very unique in their, in itself. So the next question to you is, uh, as an actor, how difficult has it been for you, or maybe it's not been difficult, for you to stand up for your own beliefs, because the kind of work you do, the kind of poetry you write, the kind of films you work for, the kind of films you produce are very different. And we will, we look forward to your work, and I look forward to listening to your poetry, of course. So, how do you keep on holding on to your belief? Because that's the theme of our Aangan Utsav today, where we want to talk about the strength within all of us and holding on to that belief, and doing our work on a daily basis. You're an actor, I'm a teacher, so how, and there are students watching you, there are people of the different walks of life watching you today. So how did you overcome your difficulties or not as an actor?
Yeah, I would say it's not very easy being an actor and sticking to your beliefs, standing up for anything going wrong in the society. But I think if you truly believe in yourself and you are very conscious of the fact that whatever is going wrong in the society, you want to talk about it. I mean, I'm sure everyone is aware what has been going around us in the last few months, and every time there is so much criticism and so much written against the actors who work in the film industry. So obviously in this kind of scenario, it's not very easy to stand up for your beliefs. But I think this conscious decision took place about 3 years ago. I mean, I always wanted to be part of cinema that can be a medium of social change or bringing some social change. But I would say I wasn't, though I've always worked in independent films which kind of have a message, but I did not see so much of it happening to the extent, the kind of impact I wanted to make in society. And that's when I started observing the poetry scene, which was growing at a very fast pace in the country and the world over. And the positive side of it was that it was happening digitally, so I could be sitting in Bombay and impacting the life of a woman sitting in Africa or Argentina or wherever, and even in the remote villages of India. So I think that's when I decided to start doing performance poetry, because most of my poetry revolves around women empowerment and issues that concern women. And I thought that it can be a good medium of bringing change in society and for standing up for my beliefs and whatever message I wanted to convey to a larger audience.
So you are doing a fabulous job with that, Karan. I cannot express myself in words because I'm speechless with the work you do. So coming to the work that you started during the pandemic, that's actually become pan-India, a movement called Pan Squad. What made you think of doing this during the COVID times? Because it was complete lockdown when you co-founded this, very wonderful initiative, if I can call it that. And I think it's helped so many people and it's become pan-India. So can you tell us a little bit about that, Squad, please?
Yes. I think Pad Squad's been the most wonderful thing that's happened to me in the last 6 months and during the pandemic. As most of us, I was shooting for a film in Delhi when the lockdown began, and we all rushed home when the lockdown was announced. So initially, I was very happy being at home, reading, writing, spending time with the family. And after a period of time, I think most of us started with just getting out and helping people around us, like our house help, our security guards, and other things. And then I joined a group of people who were involved in relief work. Like we would go out in the slums and provide groceries and whatever essentials were required. And that's when this realization came that if these people do not have the money to buy food, how will the women buy sanitary pads? So we came of an idea of started giving sanitary pads, and we put up a social media post asking people to send sanitary napkins to us, and we would go and distribute them. And in couple of months, this movement became so big that we are in 25 cities now with 54 pad squatters all over the country. We've started a chapter in Africa now. There's a beautiful woman called Ikemini who's joined us from Africa, and she's helping women there. And of course, it's a whole team of 54 people who are going out every day and who believe in the cause. And there are 9 co-founders who have made this movement possible. So I think, yes, it's been a very beautiful journey, and we get up every day and we have a plan of, okay, today we are doing this and going to this place, and that's how it goes on.
So I'm going to ask you a quick question, Karan, here, because I was following you and your activities on Pad Squad, and I believe that you're also creating awareness, in society regarding menstrual hygiene with not just women but also the men in our society who need to understand and be sensitive toward this. So, how has been your experience, and could you share a couple of incidences where you have approached people and what were their responses, etc.
Yes, I think most of us at Pad Squad, we believe in being gender neutral. So we've been very fortunate that we have a lot of men who are a part of the movement and who are Pad Squadders, like our mentor Bilal Khan, who from Ghar Bachao Ghar Banao Andolan. Bilal Khan, he's a male, and then there are so many donors who've been our supporters who are men. There are so many Pad Squadders, Jitesh, Rachit, Deep, so many of them who are men. So there's never been a conscious divide between women and men. And also we did something really beautiful with Bilal, me, Chitra, Surya. We all went out and on the streets, and we did this drive of distributing sanitary pads to men. So we had conversations about sanitary pads and menstrual hygiene with men on road, like a rickshaw puller, a coconut seller, someone on a pan shop wala, asking them that do they have these conversations with their wives or their daughters about periods, and are they comfortable? So most of them, they admitted that they were not, and they do not buy sanitary pads. But because it's a situation of lockdown and people are not earning their livelihood, they were very happy to receive sanitary pads for their wives. So I think it's just a matter of getting out and starting these conversations, bringing about awareness. And if we reach a stage where we just talk about it very comfortably and openly, I think there will not be a divide between male and female, and everybody will be very comfortable talking about these things.
Thank you so much, Taran, for doing this wonderful work, because that's what we are aiming towards, a place where we can all feel safe, a place where we are all sensitive, regardless of gender, and we are allowed to live our lives in a safe and hygienic manner. And now, I would like you to please recite a poem that you have selected specially for us in Aangan Utsav.
Sure. So I'm going to recite a poem which I had written for my mother. It's titled "Ma tum sabr bahut karti ho," and this is how it goes. Just a minute. Sorry. Yes. माँ, जब मैं छोटी सी थी तो सब कहते कि मैं तुम जैसी दिखती हूँ। तुम्हारे ऑफिस जाने पे ट्रंक से तुम्हारी नीली साड़ी निकाल के बांध के खुद को आईने में देखती रहती और सोचती, हाँ, मैं तुम जैसी ही दिखती हूँ। तुम रोज 5 बजे उठ के घर के सब काम निपटाती, ऑफिस जाने से पहले हमारा खाना बना और फिर भाग भाग के हमें जगाती। मैं सोचती, माँ इतना क्यों चिल्लाती है? इतना क्या काम है सुबह सुबह जो भाग भाग के निपटाती है? आज समझ आया है तो सोचती हूँ, काश उस वक्त मैं तुम्हारा हाथ बटा पाती। सब कहते मेरा और तुम्हारा स्वभाव एक है, और पापा और दीदी का दोनों बड़बोले हैं और दोनों का तेवर है, लड़ते भी हैं झगड़ते भी। तुम चुपचाप देख के मुस्कुराती हो कि खुद ही सुलझा लेंगे, आराम से बैठ जाती हो। चाहे कितना भी तूफान हो घर में, तुम शांत दरिया सी बहती रहती हो। माँ, तुम सब्र बहुत करती हो। एक दिन तुम्हारी साड़ियों के ट्रंक में कुछ ढूंढ रही थी मैं, तो तुम्हारी साड़ी के नीचे एक मेडल और एक ट्रॉफी मिली। जब मैंने पूछा कि ये सब किसके हैं, तो नानी बोली कि तुम गजब की एथलीट थी। ये जो ट्रंक भरे हैं ना साड़ी के, उनमें मेडल्स और ट्रॉफीज थी। जब मैंने पूछा कि ये सब कहाँ गए, तुमने कहा सब फेंक दिए। घर में जगह नहीं थी रखने की, तो क्या करते, सब बेच दिए। क्यों तुमने जिद नहीं की रखने की? क्यों ऐसे ही सब जाने दिया? माँ, इतना क्यों सुनती हो सबकी? क्यों इतना सब्र करती हो? पापा के यहाँ कला का खजाना था। कोई लेखक, कोई शायर, तो कोई चित्रकार था। जब मैं और दीदी नाटक करने लगे और रात रात को घर आते, तुम परेशान भी होती, पर हमारे घर आने तक ना सो पाती। सब कहते, क्या करती हैं ये लड़कियां जो इतनी रात को आती हैं? तब तुम फक्र से कहती कि ये कलाकार हैं, ये नाटक करती हैं। ये आसान नहीं था ना तुम्हारा ये सब समझ पाना। फिर तुम कैसे हर बार ढाल बन के हमें बचाती हो। चाहे कोई कुछ भी कहते, तुम शांत रह के ही समझाती हो। माँ, तुम सब्र बहुत करती हो। देखो ना माँ, इतिहास खुद को दोहराता है। मैं भी नाटक छोड़ के घर चलाने लगी। सब किताबें और स्क्रिप्ट्स रखती अलमारी में, बस सुबह शाम खाना बनाने लगी। सोचा सपने तो मेरे ही है ना, इन्हें फिर जी लूंगी। पहले सबको खुश कर लूं, मेरा क्या है, मैं फिर हंस लूंगी। ये एहसास नहीं था कि मर रहे थे सपने और धीरे धीरे सड़ ही जाते। अगर उठती नहीं मैं तो मर ही जाते। अब उठी हूं तो थोड़ा तो जीने दो। बहुत चुप रही हूं, थोड़ा तो कहने दो। माँ, तुम मेरी प्रेरणा हो, पर अब तुम सा नहीं बनना। मुझे बोलने दो माँ, अब और सब्र नहीं करना।
Thank you so much, Taranji. Now, for the very last thing that I'll ask of you is to tell me what is your take on our concept of Dasha Puja that we are trying to celebrate today? Because your beautiful poetry kind of, it's touched my heart, so I'm always going to listen to it. But I still want to hear from you. Just one line, if you can share with us, how do you relate with the poem, your work, and our Dasha Puja concept.
Yeah, sure, Rita. I think it's very difficult to put it in one line, but I'll try my best. Uh, I think for me, Durga resides within all of us. She's within me, within you. She's all around in the universe. And a woman is the creator. She gives birth to a creation. And for me, the concept of Dasabhuja is to recognize your own inner strength, to stand up against any evil, anything going wrong in the society, to raise your voice, to speak up if something goes wrong, to stand by your beliefs, and also to empower other women or other human beings around you to recognize their inner strengths and believe in themselves.
Thank you so much. It's been such a beautiful 20 minutes of conversation with you. And you have just enthralled us with your work, your words, your poetry. And, I'll see you soon, Taran. Thank you so much for being with us.
Ma'am, before you wrap up, ma'am, and before you leave the screen, I couldn't stop myself for intervening and telling you what a beautiful piece of poetry that was. Truly goosebump worthy, ma'am, because I think the entire concept of Dasha Puja and Durga Puja in general is about Ma's homecoming, Ma coming back to her home. And so, when you talk about a mother's sacrifice, you talk about a mother's contribution, you talk about a mother's devotion. I think every mother at the end of the day is a Devi. Their sacrifices, their devotion, they speak for themselves. So thank you, ma'am, for bringing that entire aura into this Dasha Puja, the theme of Dasha Puja, because that truly symbolizes what motherhood and what this feeling is all about. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lovely conversation and for moderating that session and for moderating the kind of adda that is cultural and also enhancing. Thank you so much, both of you, ma'am. Please do take care and happy Durga Puja that is coming up.
Thank you so much, Anisha. Thank you, Reena, and thank you, and happy Durga Puja to all of
Durga
you.
Puja. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now we are not going to take much of your time because after that beautiful piece of poetry that brought out the essence of Durga Puja right into our lives, it's time for us to move on quickly to our next performance for today. A beautiful instrumental song performance by a student. You see, this entire concept of Aangan Utsav is basically about integrating all the family members into one single small community. The community that decides not to let this pandemic hamper our PUJO spirits at all. And we are going to lift our spirits up and we are going to stay positive and optimistic and make all the efforts to keep on going with our head held high against this whole situation. So on that note, we are going to move quickly to our next performance for today. As I tell you, some performances, they truly, truly speak for themselves. Now, before we started off this performance, I gave you a hint that what this whole Aangan Utsav is all about. It's about the small community of family members coming together and performing, right? Now, how can we talk about a family without integrating some of the most crucial members of the Aangan family? The faculty members of Aangan who make Aangan possible, who devote themselves to Aangan and all of its events and themes. They are the ones who are spending day and night into making every bit of possible of Aangan a success. So, how can we have a celebration without celebrating their talent? On that note, we are going to move on with our next performance for today, which is a song by Arijita Roy, a faculty member at Aangan.
খেলে যায় মাটির ঘাসে ঘাসে বাউল বাতাস খেলে যায় মাটির ঘাসে ঘাসে মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে বাউল বাতাস খেলে যায় মাটির ঘাসে ঘাসে রৌদ্র করে লুকোচুরি কাশের ফুলে ফুলে পরাগ মুখে ভোমরায় উড়ছে দুলে দুলে রৌদ্র করে লুকোচুরি কাশের ফুলে ফুলে পরাগ মুখে ভোমরায় উড়ছে দুলে দুলে নদীর বুকে তরে গলি নদীর বুকে তরে গলি আনন্দেতে ভাসে মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে বাউল বাতাস খেলে যায় মাটির ঘাসে ঘাসে বরস পরে ফিরে আসে আমার মারানি বনে বনে বনান্তরে গাইছে আগমনী বরস পরে ফিরে আসে আমার মারানি বনে বনে বনান্তরে গাইছে আগমনী আকাশ বাতাস মাতাল হলো আকাশ বাতাস মাতাল হলো ওদের কুলবাসী মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে বাউল বাতাস খেলে যায় মাঠের ঘাসে ঘাসে মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে মা জননী আসে আমার মা জননী আসে নমস্কার
It is a cultural norm and a protocol that every such beautiful song has to follow by a equally beautiful and mesmerizing dance performance, especially when it's dedicated to the faculty members who are devoted to Aangan. And there's an overflow of talent and diversification of talent at the same time. So we are going to move on straight away to our next dance performance by Samila Bhattacharya.
कोई जो मिला तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था जैसे मेरी सारी दुनिया में गीतों की रुत और रंगों की बरखा है, खुशबू की आंधी है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं है, महकी हुई सी अब सारी हवाएं है, खोई हुई सी अब सारी दिशाएं है, बदली हुई सी अब सारी अदाएं है, जागी उमंगे है, धड़क रहा है दिल, सांसों में तूफान है, होठों पे नगमे है, आंखों में सपने है, सपनों में बीते हुए सारे वो लम्हे हैं, जब कोई आया था नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, कैसे मैं बताऊं तुम्हें कैसा उसे पाया था, प्यार से चेहरे पे बिखरी जो जुल्फे, तो ऐसा लगता था जैसे कमर के पीछे एक ओस में धुला हुआ फूल खिला है, जैसे बादल में एक चांद छुपा है और झांक रहा है, जैसे रात के पर्दे में एक सवेरा है, रोशन रोशन आंखों में सपनों का सागर, जिसमें प्रेम सितारों की चादर जैसे झलक रही है, लहरों लहरों बात करे तो जैसे मोती बरसे, जैसे कहीं चांदी की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छन से टूटे, जैसे कोई छिप के सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हौले से पास बुलाए, कैसी मीठी बात थी वो, कैसी मुलाकात थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ुआं है, कैसी मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद जमीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस है यहीं पर, किसने बताया मुझे और समझाया मुझे, हम जो मिले हैं हमें ऐसे ही मिलना था, गुल जो खिले हैं उन्हें ऐसे ही खिलना था, जन्मों के बंधन जन्मों के रिश्ते हैं, जब भी हम जन्मे तो हम यूं ही मिलते हैं, खानों में मेरे जैसे शहद से घुलने लगे, ख्वाबों के दर जैसे आंखों में घुलने लगे, ख्वाबों की दुनिया भी कितनी हंसी और कैसी रंगीन थी, ख्वाबों की दुनिया जो कहने को थी पर कहीं भी नहीं थी, ख्वाब जो टूटे मेरे आंख जो खुली मेरी होश जो आया मुझे, मैंने देखा मैंने जाना वो जो कभी आया था, नजरों पे छाया था, दिल में समाया था, जा भी चुका है और दिल मेरा है अब तन्हा तन्हा, न तो कोई अरमा है न कोई तमन्ना है, न कोई सपना है, अब जो मेरे दिन और अब जो मेरी रातें हैं उनमें सिर्फ आंसू है, उनमें सिर्फ दर्द की रंज की बातें हैं और फरियादें हैं, मेरा अब कोई नहीं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं, मैं हूँ और खोए हुए प्यार की यादें हैं।
As you are enjoying all of these performances live, I have equally engrossed myself backstage into enjoying all of these performances as well. I mean, as much as you guys deserve to enjoy these performances, so do I, right? So I'm not going to take any much of your time because I want to enjoy all of these performances as well. I've grabbed my cup of coffee and I'm sitting here. So I'm going to equally be a part of this whole cultural event. And we are going to move on right away to our next performance for today, which is an instrumental by the very talented Indradeep Mukherjee. I told you and I promised you already the fact that the faculty members at Aangan are going to deliver top-notch performances, something that is going to give you all the PUJO feels and also make you realize what talented faculty members are a part of the NSHM family at Aangan. Now, moving on at Aangan Utsav Day 2, we have our guest of honor for today. Our guest of honor for today is V.C. Srikanthan. And I'm not going to say much about what exactly is his contribution and what exactly do we have him here as a part of Aangan Utsav for. Because all of the talking is going to be done with the next audio visual that we have in store. And the video is going to speak for itself. Because truly and truly, sometimes all of these visuals will speak louder than the words that I can utter at the moment.
Now we will meet a very interesting person, Mr. Srikanthan. He is going to be introduced to us by P.K. Mandapa and Vidya Mandapa. They have been part of Aangan Utsav in Kolkata and continue to create a happier community. Vidya Mandapa recently met Srikanthan in March 2020. All I can say is Mr. Srikanthan has completely immersed himself for the welfare of society. During a complete lockdown in and around Kolkata till early June, Mr. Srikanthan and his dedicated team of volunteers have gone around distributing food, clothes, masks, sanitizers, and whatever else people needed. He never hesitated to help. He would drive his own car to any distance, even if it was to feed just one or two very needy people. A very simple, caring, affectionate, humble, compassionate person who is selfless and unassuming and down to earth. He is not looking for any recognition, neither is he looking for appreciation. He goes on tirelessly, day in and day out, serving the downtrodden, whether it is in the remote, devastated corners of Tipligiri village in Sundarban or the unemployed laborers in Lakshmikantapur. Mr. Srikanthan runs his own successful business, but he finds time to be there for the needy, guide the poor, teach the needy, feed and clothe them, organize self-help groups for women in distress, handhold young aspiring children toward the right academic path. His day starts early in the morning. He drives up to Shanti Rani Home for Children, where he teaches them before going on to a busy office schedule. Such is his dedication to uplift our society. In Vidya's words, I'm completely humbled by this kind-hearted, compassionate soul who never fails to inspire everyone around him. I'm truly fortunate to be a small part of his beautiful and meaningful journey. He's a true, real life hero to people walking his path. He is the epitome of Dashabhuja. Durga is a notion,
is invincible, is a nurturer.
Durga is enduring. The recognition of the light within,
the strength within. Durga is formless.
Atma, Shakti, Bhakti and Prakriti
is the vanquisher of all obstacles,
leading us to the deep strength within and to strengthen others.
all living beings are blessed with Dashabhuja.
The 10 potent potentials as hands to create goodness, conquer the vices, promote universal peace, harmony, and prosperity.
Durga is our inclusive tomorrow.
Pandemic COVID-19 had already taken away jobs and destroyed livelihoods of millions of people who are daily wage earners. More than words could ever express, their eyes tell a tale of so many shattered dreams.
दीदी बोले ना इतना तकलीफ हुई ना इतना तकलीफ हुई मत पूछिए बच्चा लोग खाने के लिए बहुत तरस रहे थे কিন্তু এখন এই লকডাউনের সময় তো কাজ আছে না বহুত কষ্টে আছি আমাদের এই ঝড়ে চালটা উড়ে গেল
Pandemic COVID-19 had already punctured the lives of poor Indians. But 20th May, people of West Bengal saw something which nobody had seen before. Super cyclone Amphan, at a speed of 150 to 160 km per hour, married with heavy rainfall, hurried onto the lives of thousands.
যেহেতু যেমন ঝড় এসেছে আমরা তো ভয়ে এই কোন থেকে কেউ বেরোইনি যেহেতু আমাদের ওই সময় সব কাঁথা কম্বল এই বিছনা মাদুর সব ভিজে চুরচুর হয়ে গেছে আমাদের 2-3 দিন আমফানের পরে প্রচন্ড কষ্ট হয়েছে
Within 6 hours of horrifying destruction, people couldn't recognize their own home, their own land, and especially can't believe their own fate. In this extreme deprivation, Hope Kolkata Foundation has emerged as a soul saver, almost God sent. Hope has been working relentlessly for past 3 months, providing relief to the most vulnerable affected population, providing them with trampoline sheets to make makeshift houses, ration, sanitary kits for women, reaching out to over 55,000 children and 10 lakh population. Hope Kolkata Foundation launched the Food Security and Personal Hygiene campaign on 26th March in and around the city of Kolkata and Havra suburbs to help provide safety net to families of daily wage workers and migrant workers. But the bigger problem is the loss of income. #Rebuilding Livelihoods is an action-oriented campaign by Hope Kolkata Foundation to rebuild lives of those affected in the rural areas of Sundarbans and of the migrant communities living in the cities. And there is only so much that we can do alone. Yes, it is a question of saving lives and ensuring livelihood. Let us come forward and stand for those who do not have even one square meal a day. Let us make a difference in the lives of those undeserved people. We must always remember that by living only for ourselves, we are merely existing. Our life gets a meaning when we start to lead a part of it for others by helping those who are not as fortunate as we are. Hence, we ask for your support so that they are able to rebuild their houses and restart their livelihood. Women have access to proper sanitation, children have proper education, and all this is possible if you help us. There is a need for long-term support. Please help us in rebuilding their livelihood.
খুশি ওই মুখে আনন্দটাই তো দেখতে চাইছি
Hi, I am Shobha. At the moment, I am standing at Sagar Island. Super cyclone Amphan landfall in this island after devastating several coastal districts of Bengal. The area is out of power supply for last few weeks. There is no drinking water. Agricultural lands are not fit for further cultivation. Fisheries have all wrecked. Hence, the income of the local people has stopped. We are here to distribute relief to the affected families. Please support Hope to continue our mission.
After some visuals so strong and so impactful, I don't think I am in no position to comment on a visual so strong. But this discussion needs to be made a priority and needs to be taken further at the utmost importance, right? So to take this whole discussion further, I'm going to bring on board today Chitra Roy, who's a country manager for Dundalk Institute of Technology, Ireland, and she's a holistic healer as well. And she's actively involved with the Hope Foundation. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, and namaste.
Namaste, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Anisha. How are you?
I'm doing well right now, ma'am. Hopefully, it gets better with time. But right now, when I saw the visuals, I think I'm in no position to complain, and I shouldn't do. And but I think, ma'am, I would like you to extend this topic further because it's a topic that needs to be talked about, that needs to be brought up to the public platform, and it needs to be brought up to the public forum so that people start talking about it and start understanding that how privilege needs to be utilized for the betterment of others. So to take this conversation further, I would also like to welcome the head of Aangan, Reena Mitra ma'am, back amongst us to take this conversation further. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Anisha. Good evening, Chitra.
Good evening, namaste, Reena.
Namaste. Very nice to have you with us today. You are extremely busy. You are always traveling pre-pandemic times, and yet you always found time to work for certain sections of the society which we all sometimes don't get the time to work toward. So my question to you today, Chitra, would be, what makes you work with Hope Foundation, and how could you empower us and other young people in this audience that is watching you? How could they contribute to helping Hope Foundation and or other such foundations that you have been associated with? But today we are going to talk about Hope Foundation, and so could you tell us?
First of all, congratulations to the NSHM Knowledge Campus team for successfully creating such an amazing platform, Aangan Utsav, to celebrate Dashabhuja in different forms. And my heartfelt gratitude to you, Reena, and the entire team of NSHM for making me and Hope Kolkata Foundation a part of this beautiful, beautiful, memorable journey. So, as you said, as you asked, talking about my association with Hope Kolkata Foundation, I'll take it back to the year 2016. It started with a school immersion program, and then the roots kept on growing deeper and deeper, and my involvement became much stronger. From being a part of a fundraising team or fundraisers to happiness coach with the children of Hope. And it has always been voluntarily. What inspired me to be a part of Hope Foundation was one of their motto, which really attracted me, which is everywhere on the banner. It says, "A world where it should never hurt to be a child." It's very sensitive, it's very deep, it's very meaningful. But only to write on a banner? No. So as I started working with Hope Kolkata Foundation voluntarily into their activities, participating in different activities, as I started getting associated with them, I found that each and every member of Hope Kolkata Foundation deeply associates with this motto as an emotion and integral part of their life. They have imbibed it so beautifully. So as you know that I'm a holistic healer, so I also understand that no sadhana, any sadhana, whether we are working in a job, profession, any occupation, or even cooking food at home, nothing can be complete without service, without seva. If I'm cooking food at home, I have to serve it to somebody, right? So that is seva, that is service. So this particular emotion of seva or service is again very deeply rooted in every team member of Hope Kolkata Foundation. And gratitude to the director of Hope Kolkata Foundation, Geeta Ma'am, Geeta Venkatakrishnan, who has actually taken the team to imbibe that sense of seva with compassion, love, and care. And that is how they have reached out to so many vulnerable families in times of pandemic, in times of Amphan, as you have seen in the video, and all different times whenever there has been a call for humanity, for help. So this is what always made me closer to Hope Kolkata Foundation. I have learned a lot from them. I have evolved and I'm growing every passing year consciously with them. So I'll take this platform to also explain a little bit about the relief work of Hope Kolkata Foundation. So in terms of relief work, I would say whenever humanity has called, whether Amphan, whether pandemic, whether vulnerable people and children on streets, whether nutrition, sanitation, hygiene, or medical aid, the team Hope has stood like a pillar of support to all in need and restoring back lives with love, care, and compassion. I'm using this term love, care, and compassion again and again because there is a difference of serving with the aim to just serve as a duty, and there is a difference when we do it from our heart with the sense of compassion and love for the other person. The Hope Foundation has reached out to almost 1,25,000 vulnerable families residing in Kolkata, Howrah, and Sundarbans with grocery kits, tarpaulins, and other relief materials, as you have seen in the video, during pandemic and Amphan crisis period. So having said that all, as we know that we are celebrating Dasha Puja in our own spatial ways, in our own unique ways, to eliminate darkness and bring in light of joy, love, cheer, happiness into this world. So it's my humble plea, it's my humble request to all audience of Aangan Utsav and all people watching this that please come forward and join hands with Hope Kolkata Foundation as a friend of hope and bring a ray of hope with your support in any possible ways, be it resource or skills. Before I leave you all to enjoy, so I cannot finish off without expressing my deepest gratitude to the audience of Aangan Utsav, to the organizers, to the entire team of NSHM Knowledge Campus, to you, Reena, to entire Hope family, to Maureen Forrest, the honorary founder director of Hope Foundation Ireland, to Ayantika, the CSR executive of Hope Foundation, and special thanks to the children of Hope Kolkata Foundation who will be sharing their performance here very shortly.
Thank you, Chitra. That was a very important message that you have given all of us. And this is something that we all should now start getting involved in if we are not already doing it. And Hope Foundation is full of joy. It's full of life. I have also associated with them in the past. And now we should look at the joy that they spread amongst themselves and how beautifully the children perform for the Daan Utsav that is going on in this past week. So we're going to look at some of their performances. And Chitra, thank you so much for being with us today. And now we can start the AV of their performances.
Thank you.
Puja is a Hindu festival celebration of the mother goddess and the victory of the warrior goddess Durga over the demon Mahisasura. The festival represents female power as Shakti in the universe. It is a festival of good over evil. In addition to being a festival for the Hindu, it is also a time for a reunion of family and friends and a ceremony of cultural values and
দুর্গাপূজা আমাদের জাতীয় উৎসব। এই সময় আমরা আনন্দতে মেতে উঠি। জাতি ধর্ম বর্ণ নির্বিশেষে এটা হলো আমাদের সকলের আনন্দ উৎসব। সারা বছর আমরা অপেক্ষায় থাকি এই দিনগুলিতে।
কলকাতা ফাউন্ডেশনের তরফ থেকে একটা ছোট্ট প্রেজেন্টেশন আপনাদের।
বলদে সরিয়া শিবে সিংগায় দিলা হাত,
আরে সিংহা শুনি মরতেতে বাজিয়া উঠলো ঢাক।
বলদে সরিয়া শিবে সিংগায় দিলা হাত, সিংহা শুনি মরতেতে বাজিয়া উঠলো ঢাক। বলদে সরিয়া শিবে সিংগায় দিলা হাত, সিংহা শুনি মরতেতে বাজিয়া উঠলো ঢাক।
শিবের সঙ্গে কার্তিক গণেশ লক্ষ্মী সরস্বতী,
চিন মাসে বাপের বাড়ি আসেন ভগবতী এলো, দেখে চলো তুমি এলো, দেখে চলো।
ওটা কি সিংহের উপর ইচ্ছাসুরি, ওটা কি সিংহের উপর ইচ্ছাসুরি, অসুরের টিক্কি ধরি গলায় দিছে সব সরাইয়া বুকে মাসে খুসা।
কি দুঃখী দেখলাম সাসা, কি ঠাকুর দেখলাম সাসি, কি দুঃখী দেখলাম সাসা, কি ঠাকুর দেখলাম সাসি। গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, ভবের ভবানী আমার ভবন করিল আলো। গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো।
ওই যে এক তুম্বা বদন, ওই যে এক তুম্বা বদন, দাঁত দুইটা তার মূলার মতন, কান দুইটা তার কুলার মতন, মাথা লাপা পোষা।
কি ঠাকুর দেখলাম সাসা, কি দুঃখী দেখলাম সাসি, কি ঠাকুর দেখলাম সাসা, কি দুঃখী দেখলাম সাসি। গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, ভবের ভবানী আমার ভবন করিল আলো। গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো, গৌরী এলো দেখে চলো।
गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेदिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते, गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोधिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते। भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते, जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते। सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते, त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कल्मषमोषिणि घोषरते, धनुजनिरोषिणि दितिसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते। जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते। वै जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वनप्रियवासिनि हासरते, शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्ग निजालय मध्यगते। मधु मधुरे मधुकैटभगञ्जिनि कैटभभञ्जिनि रासरते, जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि।
ভুবন মোহিনী বন্দি তোমারে, দুর্গে দুর্গতি হারিণী, মহাবিদ্যা আদা শক্তি, এ বিশ্ব তোমারি বিভূতি। তুমি শক্তি জ্ঞানদাত্রী, তুমি শক্তি জ্ঞানদাত্রী, প্রেমানন্দ দায়িনী মা, প্রেমানন্দ দায়িনী। ভুবন মোহিনী বন্দি তোমারে, দুর্গে দুর্গতি হারিণী।
তুমি হৈমবতী তুমি অহং নাশিনী হৈমবতী তুমি অহং নাশিনী জগৎ জনের রিপুদলনী জগৎ জনের রিপুদলনী জগদ্ধাত্রী ত্রাণকারিণী জগদ্ধাত্রী ত্রাণকারিণী তুমি আদি জননী মা তুমি আদি জননী মা মা
দেখ মন কাশবন তুলছে যে শাড়ি কবে ঢাক দেবে ডাক দিন গুনছে যে তারি দেখ মন কাশবন তুলছে যে শাড়ি কবে ঢাক দেবে ডাক দিন গুনছে যে তারি শিউলি মাখা গল্প আগমনীর সুর তোমার টুলির গন্ধ ছড়ালো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো রাতভর তোর জোর কত উৎসবে মাখা টই টই হইচই সব ঠিক করে রাখা রাতভর তোর জোর কত উৎসবে মাখা টই টই হইচই সব ঠিক করে রাখা করে বিষাদে আড়ি নিতে আড্ডায় ভরপুর ধ্বনির রঙ প্রাণে ছড়ালো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো বলো বলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো দুগ্গা এলো
সপ্তমীতে মা জননী মণ্ডপে মণ্ডপে অষ্টমীতে মা জননী ফুলে ফলে ধূপে বলো সপ্তমীতে মা জননী মণ্ডপে মণ্ডপে অষ্টমীতে মা জননী ফুলে ফলে ধূপে
নবমীতে মা জননী নিশি পোহাইলা দশমীতে পাগলা বুলা নাচতে লাগিলা নবমীতে মা জননী নিশি পোহাইলা দশমীতে পাগলা বুলা নাচতে লাগিলা
শিবে দুর্গারে লইয়া যাবে কৈলাস ভুবন শিবে দুর্গারে লইয়া যাবে কৈলাস ভুবন বিসর্জনের বাজনা বাজে বিজয়া গমন বিসর্জনের বাজনা বাজে বিজয়া গমন জয় জয় বিজয়া গমন লইয়া যাবে কৈলাস ভুবন শিবে দুর্গারে লইয়া যাবে কৈলাস ভুবন বিসর্জনের বাজনা বাজে বিজয়া গমন বিসর্জনের বাজনা বাজে বিজয়া গমন জয় জয় বিজয়া গমন জয় জয় বিজয়া গমন জয় জয় বিজয়া গমন
What a beautiful performance by the participants of Hope Foundation homes, girls and boys. Very, very enthralling. And now we move on to our next guest performer, Vaishali Chatterjee. May I please welcome her to Aangan Utsav. Good evening, Vaishali.
Good evening, Reena. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Thank you for inviting
me. It's our honor, Vaishali, to have you here. Vaishali is a writer. She's a poet. She's also an editor. She's also a drama teacher with a reputed drama institute in the city. And Vaishali has given us some valuable time from her very, very busy schedule, and she will recite a poem written by her for us. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Vaishali.
Please, of course, absolutely.
Please, and you can just go ahead with your.
Absolutely, absolutely. It'll be my pleasure. So the poem that I'll be reading for you today is called In Thy Holy Name. Aparna, Vaishnavi, Parameshwari, Narayani. Tejoshini, Ratnapriya, Shundari, Durga. These are all your names. These, plus 100 more, just for you. And then for each, for your daughters, Lokhi and Saraswati. And of course, 108 more for your soul sister, Kali. That's 432 names between the four of you. And I'm sure your sister gods have just as many too. But 108 just for you. Multiply that into tens, hundreds, thousands, lakhs and lakhs and lakhs. And you still won't near the end of the list of names of the missing girls, the vanished, the silenced, the raped, the murdered, the unborn, dead before arrival, expired before due date. In a land where our Devis are beautiful, put on pedestals and adored with flowers, incense, folded hands, secret desires, and whispered promises, I read about fetuses scraped out from bleeding wombs. Why? Because of the Y missing from our genetic makeup. We are cursed with an extra X, and now I understand why an X equals wrong. I watch the news as story after story after story talks about yet another young girl whose body has been broken, head smashed, vagina in possession of things that have no business being there. Rocks, broken bottles, and iron rods. Often these broken, bloody bodies would have been too young to bleed on their own. Then there are the timeless tales of young lives gone up in a blaze of insults and kerosene, or hanging from fans and trees by the very garment that is supposed to shield their modesty, or simply hacked down in the middle of a field and hastily returned to earth. And if that's not all, then there's the searing pain of our faces melting, our flesh hanging off our bones as the acid of a love affair turned rank or of a family dispute gone manic brands us for all the world to see. We're fighting. We're fighting, we're fighting, we're fighting so hard. But the battle is long and never ending. Fighting off the slings of their doubts and aspersions, fighting off their machismo to our blatant aversion, fighting off their snake-like arms as they grab and grope, fighting them off as they choke and they poke. We're fighting. And each time we raise our voices to tell our truths and sing our songs and share our stories, our names are dragged through the sewer. Oh Durga, Ma Durga, Durga Devi, Devi Ma, more often than not, we are named after you, your daughters and your sister gods. But our divinity-laden name tags are not enough to shield us from the evil eye and other unwelcome body parts. 108 names. Vishnu Maya, Dev Mata, Sharbudano, Ghatini, Chandamundo, Vinashini, Mohishashur Murdini, Durga, Devi, Devi, Durga, 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 Durga Ma, bearer of 108 exquisite names, tell me, do you have a favorite? One that you like best because of the way it dances in your ears. One that you respond to quicker, that'll reach you faster, like an emergency hotline service. Tell me, Devi, and I promise my sisters and I will not use it in vain or wear it out without sense or purpose or wring it dry of need and meaning. Gift us your name in a shatterproof box with a little note for emergency purposes only. And if you can't, give us your blessings instead when we come knocking on your door, battle-stained and weary, and welcome us like one warrior would another. Thank you.
Vaishali, I am speechless. I have absolutely no words. I don't know what to say to you.
If it
I
touched
have
you.
got. Sorry, please say what you're saying.
No, if it touched you, then that's it. Then that's all.
It has touched me deep. It will stay with me forever. And I forgot to tell the audience one thing about you. You are the most amazing performer.
Okay.
You have not only written such a beautiful and heart-wrenching poem, you have also performed it beautifully.
Reena,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vaishali. I don't.
Thank you.
You have encompassed everything that we want to speak with the concept of Dasha Puja. And
I'm glad.
before you leave us, if you can tell us how you relate to the concept of Dasha Puja that Aangan Utsav is trying to question our audience with.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. I mean, Dasha Puja is every woman, isn't she? Because she's multifaceted and multi-talented. She multitasks, wears multiple hats, juggles multiple roles. So if she isn't Dasha Puja, then who is? If she isn't Devi, then who is? Dasha Puja is truly every woman.
Thank you, Vaishali. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for that lovely recitation, but also very, very impactful, nevertheless. I think that kind of a performance, I would say a performance because that was not just a recitation, but the way you talked about it, the way you presented it, was at the end of the day, it was the kind of performance that leaves us all at a very introspective moment. You know, we need to think about it, we need to brood about it, we need to introspect, and we need to think about it beyond all of this performances that we are seeing. So I'm going to leave it to the viewers that when they listen to words like this, how does that impact them? So on that note, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the lovely interaction and thank you for the lovely recitation. Happy Durga Puja, ma'am.
Happy Durga Puja সবাইকে জানাই.
Now, we are not going to take any much of your time because a cultural program has to be kept going on a high speed, right? And that's why we are going to move straight up to our next performance for today. And for next up, we have Shomita Panja with an instrumental performance. We are going to move right up to our next recitation performance by Riya Saha. I mean, a Durga Pujo is bound to be incomplete without a lot and lots and lots of recitation. I mean, poetry has always been a very integral part of every Bengali household. When you grow up, if you do not know to recite a poem, are you even a Bengali? But Bengali or not, all of us are equally involved with this Pujo spirit. So poetry automatically becomes a very important and a crucial part of this Pujo culture. On that note, can we please have our next recitation performance for today?
তোমার দুর্গা মহালয়া ভরে গায় দুর্গা এখনো দেখছি ফুটপাতে জন্মায় তোমার দুর্গা অকাল বোধন 108টা ফুল আমার দুর্গা দূর থেকে দেখে খিচুড়ির স্কুল তোমার দুর্গা আগমনী গান গিরিরাজ কন্যার আমার দুর্গা খরদোর ভাষা বাঁধ ভাঙা বন্যার তোমার দুর্গা প্রতিবার আসে বাবা মায়ের বাড়িতে আমার দুর্গা মায়ের কোলে পিঠে বাবার খবর নেই তোমার দুর্গা টেক্কা দিয়েছে এবার থিমের পুজো আমার দুর্গা ইট বয়ে বয়ে একেবারে পুজো তোমার দুর্গা হুল্লোড়ে মাতে প্যান্ডেলে প্যান্ডেলে আমার দুর্গা বাঁচতে শিখেছে অতীতকে ছুঁড়ে ফেলে তোমার দুর্গা আলো ঝলমল চেনে না অন্ধকার আমার দুর্গা রোজ সেজে গুজে খোঁজে তার সংসার তোমার দুর্গা শপিং মলে কফির ধোঁয়ায় ওড়ে আমার দুর্গা চা বানাচ্ছে 3 রাস্তার মোড়ে তোমার দুর্গা দশভুজা হয়ে অসুরের মাথা কাটে আমার দুর্গা অপুষ্টি নিয়ে ধুকতে ধুকতে বাঁচে তোমার দুর্গা ছবির প্রেমের শিউলি এবং কাশে আমার দুর্গা এখনো আশায় কেউ যদি ভালোবাসে আমার দুর্গা কবে বলো আর তোমার দুর্গা হবে আমার আকাশ উঠবে তোমার উৎসবে উৎসবে আমার আকাশ উঠবে তোমার উৎসবে উৎসবে আমার আকাশ পড়বে তোমার উৎসবে উৎসবে নমস্কার
This beautiful recitation is going to be followed by a song performance by Shreya Datta. We are not going to take any small break in between because I know all of you are feeling equally involved with all of these performances back to back happening. And I want to be equally a part of all of these programs. So that is why I am going to be here backstage and be as involved as all of you who are seeing it live. So we are going to have our next performance by Shreya Datta.
লেখমন কাশমন দুলছে যে শাড়ি কবে হাত নেমে ডাক দিনে গুনছে যে তারি লেখমন কাশমন দুলছে যে শাড়ি কবে হাত নেমে ডাক দিনে গুনছে যে তারি শিউলি মাখা গল্প আগমনের সুর তোমার দিলের গন্ধ ছড়ালো বল বল দুর্গা এলো বল বল দুর্গা এলো বল বল দুর্গা এলো দুর্গা এলো দুর্গা এলো বল বল দুর্গা এলো দুর্গা এলো দুর্গা এলো রাতভর তোর জোর কত উৎসবে মাখা তৈ তৈ হইচই সব ঠিক করে রাখা রাতভর তোর জোর কত উৎসবে মাখা তৈ তৈ হইচই সব ঠিক করে রাখা করে বিষাদে আরে মেতে আড্ডায় ভরপুর বধুনের রং প্রাণে ছড়ালো বল বল দুর্গা এলো বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো। চারদিন প্ল্যানিং আজ ফুর্তিতে ভাষা, বৈঠক থেকে না সব হুল্লোড়ে ভাষা। চারদিন প্ল্যানিং আজ ফুর্তিতে ভাষা, বৈঠক থেকে না সব হুল্লোড়ে ভাষা। ভুলো যে ছন্দে শুধু হৃদয়ের কাল, হবে ষষ্ঠীতে শুরু চলো। বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, বলো বলো দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো, দুর্গা এলো।
The highlight of all of these performances is the fact that most of these performances are by the family, the NSHM family. Some of them students, some of them the faculty members, some of them children of the faculty members, but all of them are close-knit family members of the NSHM family and the Aangan family. And all of their contribution is equally making the Aangan Utsav a success. And that is why we are really, really thankful for all of the participants who have been a part of this Aangan Utsav. It is because of their contribution and because of their active participation that Aangan is having such positive response. On that note, we will move on to our next performance for today, which is a song by Sabyasachi Chakraborty.
মনে কি দ্বিধা রেখে গেলে চলে, সেদিন ভরা সাজে যেতে যেতে দুয়ারো কি ভেবে ফিরালে মুখ খালি, কি কথা ছিল যে মনে মনে, মনে কি দ্বিধা রেখে গেলে চলে। তুমি সে কি হেসে গেলে আঁখি কোণে, আমি বসে বসে ভাবি নিয়ে কুণ্ঠিত হৃদয় ভাঙি। তুমি সে কি হেসে গেলে আঁখি কোণে, আমি বসে বসে ভাবি নিয়ে কুণ্ঠিত হৃদয় ভাঙি। তুমি আছো দূর ভুবনে, মনে কি দ্বিধা রেখে গেলে চলে। আকাশে উড়েছে বকপাতি বেদনা, তারি সাথী আকাশে উড়েছে, বারে তো তোমায় শুধাবারে চাই, বিদায় কালে কি বলো নাই, বারে তো তোমায় শুধাবারে চাই, বিদায় কালে কি বলো নাই, সে কি রয়ে গেল গো তিক্ত জ্যোতির গন্ধ বেদনে মনে মনে কি দ্বিধা রেখে গেলে চলে।
As I always tell you, some performances, they speak for themselves. So I'm going to move on right away to our next performance for today, which is a song by Namita Mahapatra.
জাগো তুমি জাগো জাগো দুর্গা জাগো দশ প্রহরণ ধারিণী অভয়া শক্তি বল প্রদায়িনী তুমি জাগো জাগো তুমি জাগো প্রণমী বরদা অজরায় তুলা প্রণমী বরদা অজরায় তুলা বহু বল ধারিণী রিপুদল বারিণী জাগো মা শরণময়ী চণ্ডিকা শঙ্করী জাগো জাগো মা জাগো অসুর বিনাশিনী তুমি জাগো জাগো মা জাগো তুমি জাগো।
We had beautiful song performances followed by equally mesmerizing dance performances, some extremely invoking recitations of poetry, and also some lovely interactions and adda. But we have covered all the criteria that are required for a PUJO celebration to happen. But I feel like one very important thing has been missing, which is the missing piece of the puzzle, and that's drama. You cannot think of Bengali culture and culture in Kolkata complete without its beautifully essenced drama. Theatre has always been a very crucial part of Bengali culture and also of West Bengal. Although Durga Puja in itself is never confined to West Bengal, it's celebrated all over India. It's ultimately about the celebration of diversity, right? And one of the most integral part of diversity of content deliberation is the fact that we integrate a whole different kinds of cultural forms and arts into one single platform. And that is why Aangan Utsav is going to be incomplete without wrapping up with one final very good performance, and that's a drama performance. And that's going to be the missing piece of the puzzle. On that note, we have the last performance for today, and one of the best say for the last. We have a very invoking and very entertaining drama performance for say for the last.
নমস্কার, শুনবেন শোনা কথা শ্রুতি নাটক চর্চা কেন্দ্রে মজার নাটক বোকা জামাই।
নাটক ও নির্দেশনা প্রদীপ মৌলিক,
আবহ ও চিত্রায়ন অর্ণব মজুমদার,
অভিনয়ে
জামাই রামকৃষ্ণ রায়,
মামনি পমি সাহা,
শ্বশুর প্রদীপ মৌলিক,
শাশুড়ি সোমা মৌলিক। শুরু হচ্ছে শোনা কথা শ্রুতি নাটক চর্চা কেন্দ্রের মজার নাটক বোকা জামাই।
সদর দরজা হাট করে খোলা, সব গেল কোথায়? শ্বশুর মশাই, বাবা, ঘরে তো কেউ নেই। ও বাবা, বাবা, মিষ্টি মা, রান্নাঘরেও তো কেউ নেই। কি ব্যাপার? কারো সারা শব্দ পাচ্ছি না। আমার মোটর বাইকের শব্দ শুনে সব চুপে গেল নাকি? হতে পারে। যা চিৎপুস পাতি, ভাবলো ভর দুপুরে জামাই আসছে, এবারে মিষ্টি কেন রে, খেতে বলো রে, তার চেয়ে চুপচাপ চুপে যায়। যা যন্ত্র আমার শ্বশুর শাশুড়ি। ঠিক আছে, আপনারা যদি চলেন ডালে ডালে, আমি চলি পাতায় পাতায়। আমি ছেঁচড়া করে টপ খোঁচর। তারা বড় বাবু মেজ বাবু সবাই আমাকে খাতির করে। সেই আমার সাথে সেনাগিরি। মনে হচ্ছে সব ছাদে উঠে বসে আছে। সিঁড়ি তলা থেকে আওয়াজটা আসতে মনে হচ্ছে কয়েনের শব্দ। দেখি তো, যা ভাবছি তাই। এই যে আপনি এখানে, কি ব্যাপার ওরম চমকে উঠলেন কেন চোরের মতো?
তুই কেন হারাম দাদা?
আমি নিমাই, আপনার জামাই।
ও জামাই বাবা জীবন,
যাক চিনতে পেরেছেন তাহলে।
চিনতে তো তোমাকে আগেই পেরেছি। আসলে কি হয়েছে জানো বাবা, তোমার শাশুড়ি মা আমার থেকে পয়সা ঝেড়ে যেখানে গোপনে জমিয়ে রাখতো, আজ সেটি সন্ধান পেয়ে সেখান থেকে গিঁড়িয়ে এনে গুনে দেখছিলাম সব ঠিক মতো পেলাম কিনা। তাছাড়া এই সিঁড়ির নিচে একটু অন্ধকার তো, তাই প্রথমটাই তোমায় ঠিক চিনতে পারিনি।
তা চিনবেন কেন, গলায় তো পাথরটা ঝুলিয়েই দিয়েছে।
নতুন মাদুলি ধারণ করেছ বুঝি? তা কার মাদুলি, শনি ঠাকুরের না মা শেখলা?
আগে না, মা কালী, আপনার মেয়ে।
ও কথা বললো না বাবা, মেয়ে আমার ব্ল্যাক ডায়মন্ড। আসলে মেয়ে ওর মায়ের ধারা পেরেছে কালারও। তবে চিন্তা করো না বাবা, ওটি পাকা রং।
হ্যাঁ, কুচকুচে কালো। 50টা শিবরাত্রি উপোস করলেও চোখের তলার কালি খুঁজে পাওয়া যাবে না।
তবে তবে আমার মামনির হাসিটা কিন্তু খুব সুন্দর।
হ্যাঁ, হাসলে মনে হয় ভল্লুকে দাঁত খিচাচ্ছে।
সিঁড়ির তলায় কে? ওই যে তোমার শাশুড়ি মা। বহুদিন বাঁচবে গো তুমি। এই মাত্র তোমার কথা বলছিলাম আমি জামাই বাবার জীবনকে।
ও জামাই বাবাজি, তা সিঁড়ির তলায় কেন? বাইরে এসো।
ওই আমরা একটু আলাপ আলোচনা করছিলাম আর কি।
তা বাবা, বাড়ির সব কুশল তো? এ কি তুমি এরকম ঝুপো গোপ রেখেছো কেন বাবা?
ওটা আপনার মেয়ে সার্ভিস প্রোটেকশন।
সেটা আবার কি?
আপনার মেয়ে যা চা করে দেয় তাতে ওটা ছাকনির কাজ করে।
বাবা বাবা, তুমি তো ভাগ্যবান বাবা জীবন, আমার মেয়ে তোমাকে চা করে দেয়। এ বাড়িতে তো চা থেকে চাটনি সব আমাকেই করতে হয়।
কিন্তু আপনাদের মেয়ের জ্বালায় তো এবার টেকা দেয়।
কেন, কি করেছে কি মামনি?
গেল রোববার দুপুরে খেয়ে দিয়ে শুয়েছি, হঠাৎ শুনি দরজার আওয়াজ। দেখি তিনি সেজে গুজে কোথায় বেরোলেন। আমিও পেছু পেছু ফলো করলাম।
তারপর
দেখি আমাদের পাড়ার সিকিউরিটি গার্ডের কাজ করে গোবিন্দ, ওই গোবিন্দর সাথে সিনেমা হলে ঢুকে গেল।
তবু ভালো, একজন সিকিউরিটি গার্ড নিয়ে সিনেমায় গেছে। তোমার শাশুড়ি মা তো 3-4 জনকে নিয়ে সিনেমায় যেত।
বলেন কি?
শুধু কি তাই, ইন্টারভেলের পর সিট পাল্টি পাল্টি বসতো।
তাই নাকি মিষ্টি মা?
সে বিয়ের আগে। এখন টিকিটের দাম এত বেড়েছে যে আর হলে যাই না।
একজন সিকিউরিটি গার্ড নিয়ে সিনেমায় গেছে, সেখানে হল ভর্তি কত লোক, তার জন্য তো রাগ করার কি আছে বাবা জীবন?
ঠিক আছে, সিনেমার কেসটা না হয় চেপে যাচ্ছে, কিন্তু গেল মাসে থানা থেকে ফিরে দেখি ড্রেসিং টেবিলে চিরকুট।
বিষয়বস্তু সাবজেক্ট
নন্টুদার সাথে পুরী যাচ্ছি, রাগ করো না প্লিজ।
ইস, এই জায়গাটায় মামুনি আমাকে ওভারটেক করে গেল।
মানে?
আমি তো দীঘা পর্যন্ত গেছিলাম।
তারপর ধরুন গিয়ে আপনাদের মেয়ের বায়না তো আর শেষ নেই।
হ্যাঁ গো, আমায় একটা আইফোন দেবে?
এই তো গেল হপ্তাহে তোমার একটা দামি স্মার্টফোন এনে দিলাম।
ওটা বেচে দিয়েছি।
আরে করেছো কি? ওটা টান আমার, আমি মেজবাবুকে বলে ম্যানেজ করে এনেছিলাম, সেটা তুমি ঝেড়ে দিলে।
কি করব, হ্যাং হয়ে যাচ্ছিল।
আর তার আগে যে তোমায় একটা ট্যাব এনে দিয়েছিলাম।
দিয়েছিলে নাকি? কই, মনে পড়ছে না তো।
তা মনে পড়বে কেন? ওটাও তো তুমি বেচেছো।
একদম বাজে কথা বলো না।
এই শোনো, আমার পাওয়ার তুমি জানো না। আমি থানার 1 নম্বর খোঁচর। আমার কাছে এরিয়ার সব খবর থাকে। ওটা তুমি 4000-এর শার্টটার বুকি ওই নাটা দুলালকে বেচেছো।
এই, তোমার সাথে দুলালটা চেনা জানা আছে নাকি গো? প্লিজ আমার একটা উপকার করবে।
কি?
দুলালটাকে বলো না গো, আমার এই কোথায় রাখলাম, আমার এই নম্বরটায় আজ যেন লাগিয়ে দেয়।
মানে?
আর বলো না, হাত একদম খালি। সপ্তাহখানেক ধরে দুলালদা খালি এক কথা বলে যাচ্ছে, তোর নম্বরে লাগিয়ে দেব, কিন্তু কিছুতেই লাগাচ্ছে না।
আরে, তুমি শার্টটাও খেলো? জানতাম না তো।
তাহলে এই যে বললে তুমি নাকি এলাকার সব খবর রাখো, থানার 1 নম্বর খোঁচর, ট্যাপ প্যাচার খবরটা রাখো, অথচ এই খবরটা জানো না। বুঝলে জানু, মেয়েদের সব খবর না আজ পর্যন্ত ভগবানও জানতে পারেনি। থানার খোঁচর তো সেখানে কচি খোকা।
আপনাদের মেয়ের কীর্তিকলাপ আর কত বলবো? বলতে গেলে 1000 একটা আরো পড়াজনই ফেল মেরে যাবে।
কিরকম?
তেনার কোনো আবদার না মেটালে অমনি মারাত্মক মারমুখী হয়ে ওঠে। হাত পা চুপার কথা আর কি বলবো, সেসব তো আছে। তার সাথে বাসন কোসন যা পায় তাই ছুঁড়ে ছুঁড়ে মারে আমাকে।
তাই? এ তো খুবই অন্যায় কথা। এ কি, নিজের বিয়ে করা স্বামীকে এভাবে কেউ মারে? ছি 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 ছি, শুনে তো আমার খুবই লজ্জা করছে। তা বাবা, তুমি এসব কথা আমাদের আগে বলনি কেন বাবা?
বলিনি কেন না, তখন সব ফসকে যেত, লাগতো না। আর এখন একটাও ফসকাই না।
বলেছি না, ও মায়ের ধারা পেয়েছে। এই গুণটা ও মার থেকেই পেয়েছে। তাছাড়া ছোটবেলা থেকেই তো মাকে দেখছে।
মানে শাশুড়ি মাও আপনাকে বাসন ছুঁড়ে মারেন?
আস্তে আস্তে বলো বাবা, ঘরের কথা ওই রকম চিল্লিয়ে জাহির করতে নেই। তাছাড়া তোমার শাশুড়ি মায়ের এই গুণের কথা একবার যদি পাড়ার সবাই জেনে যায়, তাহলে ঘরে ঘরে বউচিরা তোমার শাশুড়ি মাকে হায়ার করে নিয়ে যাবে।
আপনি এটাকে গুণ বলছেন?
গুণই তো। দেখো বাবা, আমাদের গুরুজনেরা এবং মনীষীরা বলে গেছে, মানুষের দোষ দেখবে না, বরং গুণের কদর করবে আর চেষ্টা করবে ওই দোষের মধ্যে থেকে গুণটাকে খুঁজে বের করতে।
এই বাসন ছুঁড়ে মারার মধ্যে গুণটা কোথায়? পুরোটাই তোর দোষ।
এইখানে তোমার আর আমার ফারাক, দৃষ্টির তফাৎ। তোমার আর আমার দেখার চোখটাই আলাদা। দেখো, মামনি যদি এখনো লক্ষ্যভ্রষ্ট হতো, অর্থাৎ তোমার গায়ে একটাও লাগাতে না পারতো, আমি ওকে দুও দিতাম। কিন্তু তুমি বললে যে তার লক্ষ্য এখন একটাও ফসকাচ্ছে না, মানে সাকসেস হচ্ছে। এই সাকসেসটাই হলো গিয়ে মানুষের গুণ। ওর এই লক্ষ্যভেদের গুণটাকে তুমি কাজে লাগাও।
কি করে?
ওকে নিয়ে তুমি আমতলায়, জামতলায়, লিচু তলায়, তেঁতুল তলায়, এমনকি তাল তলায় নিয়ে যাও। আর ওকে দিয়ে আম, জাম, লিচু, তেঁতুল, তাল পেড়ে তুমি টপাটপ খাও। আর এরপর ওকে যদি কোনো ভালো তীরন্দাজ বা শুটিং কোচের আন্ডারে ট্রেনিং নেওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করিয়ে দাও, তাহলে তোমার কথাই ওর যা টিপ, মানে নির্ভুল নিশানা, ও ঠিক তীর ছুঁড়ে বা বন্দুক তাক করে সোনার উপর মেডেল এনে তোমার, আমার, এমনকি এই দেশের নাম উজ্জ্বল করবে। অলিম্পিকও জিতে আসতে পারে। টিভিতে দেখাবে, খবরের কাগজে ছবি বেরোবে, তখন তো তুমি মামনির পাশে বুক ফুলিয়ে দাঁড়াবে। সাংবাদিকরা যখন মামনিকে জিজ্ঞেস করবে, তখন তো বলবে,
আমার স্বামী আমার এই লক্ষ্যভেদের প্রেরণা। ওকে তাক করে থালা, বাটি, ঘটি ছুঁড়ে মেরে মেরেই তো আজ আমি এখানে। এই সোনা রূপো জেতার মূলে তো ওই, ওকে দিয়েই তো আমার এই লক্ষ্যভেদের হাতে খড়ি।
তখন কি তোমার গপ্প হবে না বাবা জীবন?
হ্যাঁ, তা তো হবে।
তাহলে আর এ নিয়ে মন খারাপ করো না, বরং মামুনিকে আরো প্রেরণা দাও। সব সময় বউদের দোষটাকে দোষ হিসেবে না দেখে তার মধ্যে থেকে গুণটাকে খুঁজে বের করো। বউদের নেগেটিভ গুলোকে পজিটিভে কনভার্ট করে দাও। রামকৃষ্ণদেব কি বলে গেছেন জানো তো?
কই না।
সংসারে যদি সুখ শান্তি বজায় রাখতে চাও তাহলে বউদের দোষ দেখো না।
এ কথা উনি আবার কবে কোথায় বলেছেন? কথামৃতে তো পাইনি।
তাহলে স্বামী বিবেকানন্দ বলেছেন?
না, তিনিও বলেননি।
বলেননি?
না।
ও বলেননি মানে বলে যেতে পারেননি? না 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 না, বলবেন বলবেন ভেবেছিলেন।
তাই? আচ্ছা, উনি আমার জন্য কোনো অ্যাডভাইস দিয়ে যাননি?
দেবেন কি করে? উনি কি তোমায় দেখেছেন নাকি? তবে বউদের সম্বন্ধে এইসব ভালো ভালো কথা তোমায় কেন বললাম বুঝেছ?
না।
হ্যাঁ, সংসারে সুখ শান্তি বজায় রাখার জন্য এই যে তোমার শাশুড়ি মা আমার পাশে আছেন।
ওদিকে এখন আবার আপনাদের মেয়ে আবদার শুরু করেছে, তাকে এনওসি দিতে হবে।
সেটা আবার কি?
নো অবজেকশন সার্টিফিকেট।
তাতে কি হবে?
তুমি যদি আমার সাথে কোন রকম বেগর বাইক করো তাহলে ওটার জন্য আমি পার পেয়ে যাব। তোমার থানার কোনো বাবুই আমার আর কি ছুটি করতে পারবে না। কিন্তু আমি তোমায় কোনো এনওসি দেব না।
কেন?
যাতে তুমি হড়কে যেতে না পারো। তুমি যদি আমার সাথে বেশি টেন্ডাই মেন্ডাই করো তখনই তোমার এগেনস্টে 498 এ লাগিয়ে দেব। ব্যাস, ফ্যামিলি শুদ্ধ হাজতবাস, মিনিমাম 6 মাস।
বুঝতে পেরেছে? কি জাহাজ মাদুলি ঝুলিয়েছেন আমার গলায়, আমি আর সইতে পারছি না।
ওরম করে বলছো কেন বাবা? বরং আমার মামুনি তোমার সামনে দাঁড়ালে এনিমি এমনকি খেপা ষাঁড়ও তোমায় অ্যাটাক করতে সাহস পাবে না। তুমি দেখে নিও।
আমি আর কিচ্ছু দেখতে চাই না, আপনারা আজই আমাদের ডাইভোর্স দিন।
ওটি হবে না বাবা, ওটা তো আমি আমাদের এই সামনের বিবাহ বার্ষিকীতে তোমার শ্বশুর মশাইকে দেব বলে ঠিক করেছি।
হ্যাঁ বাবা, আমাদের কথা মোটামুটি পাকা।
তাহলে আপনাদের মেয়ে আপনারা ফিরিয়ে নিন।
তা হয় না, ওয়ারেন্টি পিরিয়ড পার হয়ে গেলে মাল আর ফেরত হয় না।
তো আচ্ছা ঝামেলায় পড়া গেল। বিয়ের সময় ছোট মেয়েকে দেখিয়ে দিব্যি বড় মেয়েকে ঘুচিয়ে দিলেন।
অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্টে সবসময় ভালো প্রোডাক্টটাই দেখানো হয় বাবা।
এ কি গেলো, আমার জীবন যে দুর্বিষহ হয়ে গেল।
বুঝতে পারছি, ওই প্রোডাক্ট তোমার সহ্য হচ্ছে না। এক্সচেঞ্জ চলবে?
আরবার চলবে? আছে
আছে।
কে? ছোট মেয়ে?
না, এক্সচেঞ্জে কখনো ভালো মাল পাওয়া যায় না।
তাহলে?
এই যে তোমার শাশুড়ি মা।
বলেন কি? ওরে বাবা, মারুতি এমনকি ছোট হাতি হলেও কথা ছিল। এ তো ফুল পাঞ্জাব বডি, যেমনি চেসিস তেমনি কালার। এ তো ভীমা কালী।
বর্গ ভীমা, ভীমার স্কোয়ার।
ওর নিচে পড়লে আমি তো মারা যাবো।
বাজে কথা বলো না। আমাকে দেখো, আমি কি এখনো বেঁচে বসতে আছি?
অসম্ভব, আমি পারবো না।
পারিব না এ কথা কি বলো না। আমিও পেরেছি যাহা, তুমিও পারিবে তাহা। কেন পারিবে না তাহা ভাবো একবার।
একবার না পারিলে দেখো শতবার।
না না, আপনারা আমায় রেহাই দিন।
সাধের জামাই রে, তুই ভালা তোর শ্বশুর ভালা না। ও সাধের জামাই রে, তুই ভালা তোর শ্বশুর ভালা না।
আমার জীবন যৌবন সব বরবাদ হয়ে যাবে।
তোমার ডাবল লাভ হবে বাবা। মাতৃ স্নেহ, পত্নী স্নেহ, একই বডিতে ডাবল বেনিফিট পাবে।
কোনো দরকার নেই। আমার শরীর কেমন করছে, মাথা ঝিমঝিম করছে।
সঙ্গে অনেকগুলো ফ্রি অফার ছিল।
চাই না।
কোলেস্টেরল, সুগার, প্রেসার, থাইরয়েড, আর্থ্রাইটিস, স্পন্ডিলাইটিস এগুলো ফ্রিতে পেতে বাবা জীবন।
ওগুলো নিয়ে আপনি বসে থাকুন।
ওকে বাবা, চলে যাচ্ছ কেন? কিছু খেয়ে গেলে না?
বোকা
জামাই।
On that note, we wrap up for Aangan Utsav Day 2. and also for orientation day 4 of the event. What a journey has it been in the last 4 days to be able to interact with all the newcomers. We eagerly welcome you all as a part of the NSHM family, and we look forward to seeing you more often in the campus. But nevertheless, until that happens, we welcome you to the new normal of the digital era, where we all decide to connect and we all decide to stay united without any barriers which is dividing us apart digitally online. But for the Aangan Utsav, we are not done with the celebration, because the celebration needs to continue all weekend long. And that is what we will truly promise to deliver. So please tune us back to Aangan Utsav Day 3 tomorrow on Sunday. And we are going to go live again from our Facebook and from our YouTube pages. In case of any queries, in case of any inquiries that you might be having, drop in the queries and we are going to get back as soon as possible. As by now, you might have made it out that we do pay heed to all of your queries that you have for us. Welcoming you again to the NSHM family and wrapping up for today and for tonight. We will see you tomorrow again. Remember to stay safe, to take care and to take all the precautions against COVID, because this too shall pass very soon and then we shall all meet offline. And I hope that happens really soon. Signing off for today. Good night. Take care.
Durga is a notion,
is invincible, is a nurturer.
Durga is enduring. The recognition of the light within,
the strength within. Durga is formless.
Atma, Shakti, Bhakti and Prakriti
is the vanquisher of all obstacles,
leading us to the deep strength within and to strengthen others.
All living beings are blessed with Dasha Puja,
the 10 potent potentials as hands to create goodness, conquer the vices, promote universal peace, harmony and prosperity.
Durga is our inclusive tomorrow.